Step up, traders, time to roll. Numbers shaking down the scroll. Clock is ticking, you already know. Welcome into the stock market show. Woo. Oh, yeah. Monday to Friday when the floor's alive. Captain Jim James.
Check 1, 2, mic check.
Stock market show. It's a stock market show where the bulls run wild. The bears lay low from the first loud bell till the closing go. Ride that wave on the stock market show.
If you thought there was a discount in the middle of the day yesterday.
This ready got your game face on. When the spreads get heavy, he keeps you calm. From the open road till the last trade goes, he's calling the shots on the stock market show. Hey, it's the stock market show.
Check 1, 2, mic check. Is my voice? I think my voice needs to be deeper. Gotta get rid of some of those highs. Check 1, 2. Oh yeah, we'll make the basses even more bass here. Gotta give that coddle voice to the bulls.
Get that trigger pulled on. TriggerTheTrigger.com.
I think we'll start with the conversation with that this morning. You gotta love it. Good morning, Super Gals. How are you? Do I have a camera right now? I do. Good morning out there. How are you all doing out there? We're going to leave the news off for a minute here. I had yesterday afternoon, people were trying to buy the dip yesterday. I was thinking about Friday's close. On Friday, I got stuck with workers at my home, and it started early in the morning where I couldn't get away, and then I started getting dirty because I was doing some of the work, which is fine. Hang tight here. I got a message. I got to check this here. Hang tight 1 second here. I got to do something here. Sorry for this. Hang tight 1 second. Okay, so, I was thinking yesterday about Friday, and when we came into the quarterly or the QuapX on a Friday, we pinned down to the JPM number into the close, and we nailed that target. And then I was asked, like, what do we do here on the stream? And I said, go long here. And had you gone long on Friday close, you got paid very handsomely into yesterday's open. And then, of course, there was memes all over the internet. It's the Barron Trump thing, or this never happens. It happens every QuapX we go down. It's ironic when I see, like, it's not just Barron. It's like whoever it is, doesn't matter. How did they know? But most people do know. It's if you've been in market long enough, you know these things are going to happen. And if they don't happen along the way, they're going to happen in that moment. The reason I was thinking about it more so even yesterday was because In the middle of the day yesterday, people wanted to get long into yesterday's like the FOMO, right? Oh my God, I missed Friday close, or I missed the whole move down on Friday, which we drew in for you. I drew the like near perfect. And so I just didn't know where the SPX SPY correlation was, and I hadn't done the math. But if you had just sold all day long on Friday, you'd have made bank. And if you had long the close on Friday for Monday, you'd have made bank. And then yesterday afternoon, people wanted to get long because they're hitting the FOMO, right? They missed the Friday close, they missed the Friday down, they missed the Friday close for Monday open, and then they want to get long yesterday. And we're lower this morning when you want to be patient. You either wanted to be selling highs or you want more room to get long in this consolidation or distribution that's taking place this week. And then yesterday morning, throughout the day, there were the bull case was rolled out across the internet everywhere. It was rolled out on like Market Watch, on the news, on social media, paid services, you name it. It was rolled, like the whole bull thesis was rolled out. So it's not like you can't get excited or like, hey, maybe this is the bottom, that kind of stuff. But what it then rolled into last night was that what it rolled into last night was that all I could think about was the state of the bull and the buyer, and not the like long-term market participant or someone that's maybe naturally does very well at the market or has learned everything and does very well at the market. It doesn't really matter. What really matters is the majority of you. Most people are supply. You know, the street works on fees. They don't need to be right. Don't get me wrong, all day long. Most of them work on fees, some kind of a fee-based structure to at least save their asses, or more money coming in, or become frauds like Bernie Madoff, you know, until they start really fucking up or people want their money back or something. But that's a whole different thing. Those are professionals. And you're a retail trader that is managing your own money, managing your future, your investments, and things like that. And as a retailer, there are traps everywhere to take your money. And the bigger thing that I was thinking about yesterday was we talked about the de-risking yesterday. Where I said, hey, the de-risking phase is over, but we're likely going to move into a capitulation phase. And I would think that like Friday's down price action and then the missed trade on Friday for some of you to go up into Monday, and then to yesterday trying to like jump on the woo, you know, and instead where we go down, right? We go down into the close, and then we go down into this morning. And when you go into a capitulation phase, not the de-risking phase, but the capitulation part of this, you start like hammering on investors or retailers or people that are early. And that could be a process of sideways or more down, or just false starts or not enough time on your trades, you name it, or more pain ahead of some kind. So when you get into these capitulation phases, you wash out traders, especially bulls. Most of you are bulls. Anyone that tells you that you're not, the statistics disagrees. Like 70% of the market are buyers. You know, they're positive. They want to buy a dip. They want to make some money. And they want the easy button too. They don't want to be complicated, overcomplicate things, think too much about it, put too much time or effort into it. They just want to, you know, buy and be gone. It's fairly simple. And when you enter these capitulation phases, the losses start to mount and they start to become painful. I notice it when socials gets quiet. People disappear. They're not there. They're, you know, they're hiding in the corners. They're watching. They're licking their wounds. They're thinking, hey, this has got to be the bottom. Hey, this has got to be the bottom. Hey, this has got to be the bottom. That kind of shit. And then they move into the capitulation phase where they just get ragdolled and flushed. And what this conversation really means is that when you move from a bull market to a bear market, normally we flush out retailers aggressively, and it's in mass. Whenever we go from like a bull market to a bear market to a bull market, I notice it every cycle. You're getting like the noise, the cacophony, and then it subsides and subsides and subsides. Those people also tend to talk about crashing when their shit is crashing. Normally we'll go like risk off on spec growth, or on some kind of like tech, the drivers of the market, maybe Bitcoin, stuff like that. And those people will come around and say, why aren't the indexes crashing? I'm losing my ass over here. Why are you not crashing? Why is SPY not crashing? And then once SPY does go down, normally it takes a long period of time. They're usually one of the last to bottom. And normally those people are all gone, and you get the last hangers on, the last like group of maybe this is the turn higher. And that's when you enter the capitulation phase. Now, we're not in a bear market. And I think that's where the greater conversation is. We're not in a bear market, and we're in seasonal weakness. And when we come into the beginning of every spring and every fall, we have seasonally down periods. We don't know when they're going to hit. They can hit like late January, February, March. They can hit middle of summer for the fall one. You can start going sideways in the summertime by July, and it could be a slow fucking roll that takes all fucking summer and all fall. As a matter of fact, this past year, October was an up month, and it fucked up our whole cycle in the stock market, because the market wants to get long for the springtime, for a springtime trade, and they fucking want that seasonal low early. They want like an October low, September down, October low, get long, close the books, and be done until springtime. And so we have a little bit of a cycle that's out of match right now. But on that same token, if we're not in a bear market and we're just in seasonal weakness and we're washing out so many people out of the market, it's almost like it is a bear market. And I can see it. You can see that, like buyers and bulls, they want this to be done. And this has been going on since I think I think the top was January 29th or 28th or something like that. So it's been a month of down, and we're now coming into the second month of down. One way or another, even if it's been slow grind, sideways and down or whatever, it's been down. And I can see and feel it right now. The oh my God, I made it through this, and I've been getting cut up, and I haven't been on sell side, and I missed all that maybe, and then I'm trying to just get long here, and I'm getting false starts, right? And this is the capitulation phase. And I think I can say it till I'm blue in the face, and no one listens. That's how I feel sometimes. Like nobody listens. Like when you're like, hey, look, we're going to do this, and then this other thing happens, so we're going to go that way. So you got to like shift in that other way. And then when we come into this QuapX, this was on this past Friday, we ended up driving down into that JPM middle number. And when we bounced off it to come back into this week, I explained to you what this week is going to be. And it's like right out the window, right off the top of the head. And unless something else changes, that's what it's going to be. And to that point, I think yesterday's thumbnail on YouTube, and I think this morning's thumbnail kind of speaks to it, which in the noise, like the noise yesterday, the noise over the weekend, the noise yesterday, the noise in the morning with, oh my God, the world's going to end. I read some story yesterday in the morning that was like the whole world is going to end, and it like had traction everywhere. And then the story changed to like Trump is going to end the war in Iran, and you're being whipsawed back and forth with emotions and zeitgeist and sentiment and all this other stuff. And then all of a sudden you've got the slow rollout throughout the day of, hey, this is the bottom, bro, and let's get our thesis out there. And meanwhile, we should be dealing with what's really in front of us, which is we had QuapX on Friday. We have month end and quarter end on this upcoming Monday. Not this Monday like this week, but next Monday. Invariably, it's Friday, okay? But you get the idea, right? We roll our contracts out every fucking quarter. we'll roll them again to less effect the second or the first and second month, at the end of the first and second month of the next quarter. So you'll get like a major hedge thrown in the market on Friday or Monday, or excuse me, the last day of the month. In the morning, like 8:30, 9:30 in the morning, people start rolling their hedging out. And then there's a knock-on effect. There are people that follow that hedging with their own hedging, similar or kind of near it or whatever. And there's that attraction on QuopX that also takes place on the quarter or month end. It doesn't always happen, but there's also this like attraction for that monthly OPEX or quarterly OPEX, and then also into that month end. All those contracts that are expiring on quarterly OPEX or monthly OPEX are usually similar to the ones that expire at the end of the month. And this is due to how options are opened up for you to buy or sell. And there aren't many open farther out in time. If you speak to a trader that trades on higher time frames, they might only have 1 or 2 dates available to open a position that's way farther out in time. And due to that, we get concentration of options on specific strikes and on specific dates by the street and larger players in the market. You might meet an individual trader that does that, but the rest of the market is thinking much farther out in time than you are. And so when we come into those expiries, they become like repellents and magnets and vortexes, like a drain where they all go to die. And as they become more prevalent, depending on the time of that quarter or that month or that week or that day, you'll tend to like get sucked into one side of it and then repelled to the other side of it if it's printed. And now we have this like giant sucking sound on QuopX, and then we still have a fuck ton of options that need to expire on the end of the quarter, on the end of the month. And you can see that we're being sucked down into this same area for this monthly expiry. In this quarter, it's both a monthly expiry and a quarterly expiry. And then you also have, like, where are we in price, in major trend, when we roll past these expiries, especially the big ones. If we're still in trend, we're looking for a low to stay in trend, right? If we start breaking trend with enough distance, it can change the sentiment of the people placing those trades. So if we're in a major downtrend and we break out of that major downtrend enough, and let's say we're at a major expiry, that sentiment on that roll is, hey, let's hedge all this stuff down here and get really fucking long for going up. If you're coming to one of these major expiries and you're still in that downtrend, the view is dour, right? Shit, man. We ain't recovering. Maybe I gotta like hedge much deeper and then start selling. Real money selling. Now, we don't know what this sentiment is going to be into this quarter end. We don't know what the White House is going to do, the executive's going to do. We've had them yesterday say a bunch of shit, right? We're going to wrap this up in 48 hours. That was 3 days ago. Now we're going to wrap it up in 5 days. And it all centers around this quarter end at the end of the month. And not only does it center around this, you saw the squeeze that took place pre-market on Monday morning. I think that was going to happen regardless, to be honest with you. But the market is looking for anything too. There's no econ data right now. The tape is running on, or the tape that matters right now is not stock market tape. It's, geopolitics. And so it's not that we can't like start squeezing and going fucking vertical and all that kind of stuff, and you're trying to time it and you're trying to be like, this is it, bro. Let's just be patient is what it is. You don't need all of it. You don't need to be making decisions as we come into the end of the quarter when most of these guys are making the decisions on the 31st or even like a week or two thereafter. Even if it's blasting off and you're left behind and we're breaking back into whatever, there's always a fucking time when it comes back. People are like, it never comes back. That's bullshit. It comes back all the time. Checks hourly trigger, checks daily trigger, checks weekly trigger, checks monthly trigger. When we get those checkbacks, that's the time for you to start to sit back and make a decision. Hey, are we going to bounce here and start turning up? And you have plenty of time and room for that to happen. And if it isn't, it's going to turn down. You want to be laying off so you don't get sucked into that next leg down if it is going to happen. So if we're in this capitulation phase, I'm assuming that out there, a lot of you are, either angry or frustrated maybe, or hiding in the shadows or being flushed out and to not come back. And the one thing to say in particular, it's important here, is if you're getting flushed out in a seasonal weakness, there's an issue. We're not even in a bear market. And it's if you've been through bear cycles or seasonal weakness, you already know that it can be psychologically devastating as an investor and a trader. Not to everybody, but for most it is. You can see it; it's clear. You can see when it starts to really hammer down on people and they get frustrated or angry, or they even might even become like, "Hey, I think we're going to crash." You're capitulating basically. And you can't really get that turn until you get that capitulation. And you have to get good at it in seasonal weakness so that when you enter a bear market, you don't get completely fucking destroyed. And if you can't get through that, you're going to have to get through that multiple times until you've learned. Until you throw in the towel finally and say, well, I'll just wait until this thing's going to turn up again, until we're in some relative safety with some simple things. Is it price, hourly, daily, weekly, in order? Do we have relative support underneath what we're doing and momentum underneath what we're doing, or is momentum above us? When momentum is above us, it's not in your favor. And you do want to take the easy trades. The easier life is, the easier it is to make money. And if you go through them enough, when you go through them enough, what happens is you become immune to that anger, frustration, the capitulation shit. And you just sit back and start to say, hey, we're just going to wait. It's going to watch this play out. Maybe I don't participate with selling, or maybe I do. But I'm going to wait until the dust settles. And I'm speaking to most of you. Whether you want to admit it or not, the statistics seem to agree with this, that, the market needs supply, and most of you are buy the dippers. And I'm long not long for duration. You should be long for duration, but you're not. But buy the dippers, selling options against, and even taking on risk with options like spreads or calls or whatever time on them when we do actually bottom. But the excitement and the fervor and the FOMO and the doom and all the other emotions that get bundled up, those things have to leave you as a trader at some point. At some point, you have to throw the towel in. And I don't mean to the market. I mean to the capitulation and the seasonal downs and the bear markets that do take place. You don't want to get sucked into that and get slowly drained. It's painful. So you either get washed out of the market eventually, or you never come back, or you go, deal with the emotions that you're going through and the losses, and then you come back when the market's already up and running and you're at the top again. So you kind of have to learn to manage that. When we go into this seasonal weakness, it's confirmed you start rolling under the hourly trigger, the daily trigger, stuff like that, not trying to be like, hey, we're going to turn up, bro. And more start looking down. Like, what can I sell that isn't hammered down? So let's go look here. Let's go to opening bell really quick. And I'm sure this has to be a sense of frustration for traders. There's just no way that it isn't. This was yesterday. and I remember yesterday, I got to tell you guys something here. I might lose the stream this morning. I had a guy come in yesterday, or I called yesterday ATT. They sent a guy out, and the guy had a work order for a line that I own or that I rent or whatever. And that line is at a different house. This house has a different account. So the guy came over and he's like, this is not the right modem. This is not the right account. And I was like, oh, shit, well, can you work on it? And he's like, no, not without a work order. But he did check my line. He's like, I'll check it, though, to see if you'll have to pay the $150 for me to come back again. And he said, no, he said, this line is down. There's a break in it somewhere. So I was doing construction at this house over the weekend, tearing down trees. And I think that I ripped off maybe part of the telco off the fucking power lines or something when I was taking these trees down. And so the guy is coming back today at between 12 and 4 p.m. So I may either lose the stream from this fucking break in the glass fiber line, or this guy might need to turn my internet down. So I need you to know that right away this morning in case that does happen or it will eventually happen today. But what I want to get back to is this 4 p.m. yesterday. And this was like, hey, can we break out and, can we come down here, buy dip and go up? And I'm like, I would rather it be at like 50 or lower, just like right here. And I was hoping for that capitulation at some point yesterday to even consider buying a dip to go up. And why was that? Because we know that there are sellers above. We know that we're having a traction into the end of the quarter, into month end down below, and maybe even lower. So we're still on this like sell the rip, even with the noise out there. Rand's going to end, and Rand's capitulating, and the U.S. is winning everything, and this and that, and this and that. And I think 2 weeks ago I told you that there's damage being done in other economies. You'll start hearing like other nations. I guess Saudi Arabia is wanting to get into the fight, and Japan is like somehow floating around out there. The coalition of the willing is now like Israel and other nations in the Middle East and in Asia, and that could get even more violent. Like, is closing the Strait of Hormuz a WMD? That's a question. It might not be like a nuke, but is it a WMD? And I really don't care the reasons behind it. I really don't care about adventurism. I really don't care who's doing it, why it's being done. The reality matters more because of its impact on the stock market. And you can see right here what the stock market's response was to not a weekend thing. One weekend turned into 5 days. 5 days turned into a week or a week and a half. Then a week and a half turned into 2 weeks, then 3 weeks. And this price action and velocity are very reminiscent of March and April of 2025, where Trump says, hey, we're going to do tariffs. And you're like, all right, cool, man, make it simple. I don't care how painful it is, dude. We can price that shit in. Just give us a plan, and we'll price it in, and we'll move on from that. And that's not what happened. I remember. It was, we're going to do this, and we're going to do that. Oh, now we're going to do this. Oh, it's tit for tat over here. We're going to bring this public. We're going to drag other people in and all this other stuff. We're going to insult people in the White House, and it's a fucking mess. And I don't care why or why it's a mess. I don't care if I don't care if you're for it, against it, or whatever. I just know that at some point, the stock market last spring said, you're done, right? And I remember the executive saying, we're done. And it was right around this time. And then all of a sudden it wasn't done. It was, we had a deal, now we don't have a deal. We're going to do this. We're going to make it even worse. We're going to screw the fucking screws to this. And we're not quite done. You know what the market did? The market said, fuck it. You're not done? All right. We're fine with that. If you're not done, we'll just keep sending it down as the destruction continues. And until you're done, That's what we do. Now, I don't know what takes place from here. You don't know what takes place from here. We don't know. We don't know if there's going to be like storming beaches and shit and fucking parachutists or people parachuting out of the sky and SOAR coming in with Blackhawks and fast roping people down. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know if there's going to be capitulation. And there's a lot of information that is contradictory constantly, right? And we also have this positioning into QuapX and this positioning into month end and quarter end. And we're bombing down here right now, aren't we? Now, my thesis yesterday was in here, hey, if this as deep as I can get in this day, I know that we're in some kind of a range in here into this quarter end, and I don't want to fuck around in the middle. Like, I want to be buying dips here or even lower. I do not want to be fighting these fucking guys. I mean, they came in on Friday and it was like auto sell. Came in yesterday, auto sell. And they're still above. They're still here. No matter all the noise you heard yesterday, they were all still there yesterday. So you either, if you're going to be a smart trader, you either have to wait until they're gone, until the coast is clear. Hey, we broke past all those sellers. Woohoo! We're now starting to get some support. We've got the daily here, the hourly here, all the normal things for a period of time. And instead you're, at the last part of capitulation going, is this it? 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 Instead of just either being patient for the turn, you'll never remember this, or being more standoffish and on guard in case we make that second leg lower. We start making that leg lower, we start trading 6,000 and you're buying dips here, and you don't have the right time horizon, you're going to be fucking angry. You're going to be furious, especially if you've just gone through 2 months of down, especially if you're not a seller, especially if you're just like 70% out there and you're just getting eaten alive. And you've got moments where you miss things like this. Then you make these like jokes on internet that Barron knew or that knew or this knew or whatever. You knew to buy the clothes on Friday. You didn't need Barron Trump telling you that in the morning at 3 seconds before to buy futures on Monday morning. You knew on Friday to go long. And even yesterday came on early to say, get out. We're going to go sideways, maybe go up here and then down. Or maybe start going down. And now we're burning time. We couldn't get down earlier enough, time or price. We didn't get down earlier enough yesterday to try to buy a dip, something with some room for safety. So now we're trading down even lower and burning lower and lower and lower and lower and lower, and we're looking at quarter end. Time's a wasting. Time is a wasting. This is Tuesday at 9 a.m., right? And if I know you all want to get long and this is the bottom and it's going up, even if we were going to go up, when would it normally be? Fucking weekend. We did it right here in a weekend, didn't we? So I would even if I'm wrong, I would think to myself, if we're going to go up, to only go down if I'm far enough out of trend and I want another like squeeze or something, where would it likely happen? Even if we're like banging up here and banging up there and we're down here and you're going to even get another squeeze up here, more than likely as time passes and we're not getting any like pullbacks deep enough to go up, even just a little bit, they'll likely save it for in here, if it was even going to go up. So when you come back on that Tuesday on the 31st, the Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday the 31st. Even if you're going to go up and you're still so far out of fucking trend, right? Or it's like this. Sorry. My pencil ain't working well. And even then, we're still not above. You know, life gets easy when you're above the hourly trigger, the daily trigger, and the weekly trigger. I can show you time and again where if you just wait to go risk on until situation clears up, maybe you don't bottom ticket. And this message is to the majority of you. You know, don't worry about what David AMS is doing. Don't worry about what I'm doing. Don't worry about what John does or this one does or that one does. Worry about what you're doing. Then you more than likely are not able to bottom tick or top tick those things. The vast majority of you would do way better with the easy button. So let's look at what's going on here. It is, times are right now, 10 a.m. Snap a little line in here. And if you're going to get long here, you want to be getting long. Where is the smart money? Where is it? You've got two places here with smart money. We're just going to stay with the hour here. But you got this group right here. This is the 1600 crowd right here. This was on Friday at 1600. Whenever you look at smart money, I want you to look at like a directional change. If you have a directional change up or down, I don't care. Say we're going down. Let's say let's start with up, right? We're going up, 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 up. And then you go down. Whoop, 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 all the way down. Bloodbath. Then we park. You want to think about where the smart money is. Normally you have like a two legs, like 1, 2 like this. Your dumb money is usually like the first candle underneath, and your smart money is usually up here. So let's say we hit this number right here, and you start thinking to yourself, like, where is the smart money now? Or where's the first chance we sell it? Somewhere in here, right? Or even we go up here to the smart money, even way up there, to sell down even deeper. And so I want you to think about that when you're not me, but when you're like, hey, oh my God, we're going to change here. We got a directional change here. QuapX is over. There are these buyers they bought right here. Where do you expect them to be? Right here. We had some weakness over the weekend, and then we come into Monday morning. This all gets scooped right back up. Whoop. So where do you expect these guys to be at? Somewhere in here. Somewhere right about there. So this is your smart money. Now, let's say price begins to run away from us yesterday. Price comes off the hourly trigger, breaks above these sellers right here, right? Whoa, sellers are gone. Hourly trigger comes back up. We start trading right off of this, right? Higher, higher, easy peasy. We know these sellers are here. So if we only know that the sellers are here yesterday, we only know that. Sellers are here. We saw them here. We saw them on Friday night. We're going to expect them to be here trying to smash this down here, and they're probably going to try to smash this down here. So where do I want to be in the middle of yesterday to try to take a long, knowing, number one, how vicious these sellers are? My only best bets are probably here, right around 48 and 50. It would be my first chance. And my second chance would be down here where the smart money is. So without those conditions present yesterday, I can't do anything there. And I'm definitely even more danger with how close these big sellers are. And the question is, like, the big question that nobody knows is, are these fucking sellers stronger than these fucking guys over here? And you better be right. And if you're not right and you don't know, you could get fucked up, right? Down here, down, all of a sudden you're out of here, and you're on the wrong side of that trade. And the same thing goes for sell side. You know, at the same time, sell side's over here, and they're like, hey, man, we're stronger than you, bro. Stronger than you, bro. Stronger than you, bro. I don't want to take that risk until it's down here. I don't know if they are or they aren't. I want to be where the smart money is over here. And put stops in when I start to buy these dips. And say, hey, you know, like these guys are really coming off as the worst people in the world. But I have some information over here, so if I'm going to try to get long, I'm probably going to try to figure out where they are. Right? And at least be in a basis where if something goes wrong, let's say I go up here and these sellers, wham, 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 you know, who's stronger? So if these guys go up here and I get told, no, fuck you, we're going down, I can take my money and run, I'm out. I can jump back in over here if I want, get out. We go up here, I can trade that. But I got to be tactful as a buyer, don't I? These guys are vicious. They've taken us down for 2 fucking months. So I got to be in the absolute best position I possibly can with where I think demand is. And I'm already in a dangerous situation. And if I'm not going to wait until I'm above all this noise, then I at least have to know where the smart buyers are and where I think demand is. And also, while I'm doing this, even if I'm going to execute a long, which you should be in longs right now, you want to be doing it from a position of, you know, the best possible trade you can take as a buyer. And if you're a seller, you already know where those places are to sell, right? I've shown them to you. I'll show you again this morning. And you can kind of like turn the noise off too. You know, like yesterday morning, there's so much information. Woof, woof, woof. And none of that shit really matters. I mean, it's good to fuck around and talk about it. It's good to, like, you know, crack jokes and like Baron this, or some trader knew what was going on and bought 6 trillion notional, which is bullshit. It's demand, not trillions of dollars. Demand does not translate into the value. It's just who wants it and who doesn't. That's it. It's not truly creating or destroying wealth. It's who wants it and when. You want it right now at this moment? Can you wait a month? So you already know there's sellers up here, right? You already know that we've got an attraction into quarter end. You already know that we've got geopolitics going on, and you got people pulling at your heartstrings with emotions. Let's lay out the bull case. The bulls really want this right now. They're really beaten up. I bet if I start rolling out the bull case, they'll eat it up. And of course, we eat it up, and then we go, why am I getting torn up right now, bro, if the bull case is in effect? And it might be in effect, but we're drinking the Kool-Aid. So, you know, blinders on at times is the way to be. You put your blinders on so you can't see what's going on anywhere else, and you focus what is in front of you. And then you don't really have to deal with the noise, the drama, all the other shit. You can just chase using rules. And you don't need the news squawker on. You don't need anyone chatting to you like Trump, or Carolyn Levitt from Iran, or someone from Reddit that's telling you, oh my God, they're all so screwed while they're getting away with all of it all the time. You can deal with what's in front of you, what really matters, and the money, so you don't get annihilated. So the first thing we're going to look at here is we're going to start this again today. We're going to do it every day. We know that we've taken out this 3-month candle here. It's a 3-month candle. This candle is erased. And that doesn't mean we need to go down here, but that fucking door is wide open. Fuck your 200-day moving average. We unlocked this shit somewhere up here. And as soon as we unlocked it, it makes this whole thing suspect. 80% of this candle is suspect. We can go all the way down there. All the way down there. And there's nothing stopping us. So that already puts these buyers that are supposedly right here as suspect. And it makes these sellers way more likely to be in charge at this point. We're not above the hourly. We're not above the, we're not above the hourly, the daily, the weekly. And these sellers mean business. So you automatically, just looking at this, can't trust these fucking buyers. You know that we can erase this down here. Easy. And we're running the bull thesis right now. This one right here is open. Well, it's not open, but this one is the next door to go lower, I should say. This is more party time down here. This is a 1 month right here. Let's take a look at this one. We hit our first 1 month target and we unlocked new lows. So we've hit our first target. That's it. That's all we've done. And there's like, you know, there's a whole bunch of shit down here we can take out, isn't there? And still be on bull trend. And if we're talking about last April over here, the same velocity setup. We can theoretically go party time all the way down here and still be in bull trend. We haven't lost anything at all. I mean, can you go through that much more pain? Ask yourself that. Go in the mirror, look at yourself in the mirror and say, can we trade 6,000? Would I be happy with that? I don't think or know that we do or don't. I just know that, can you handle that trip down there? Can you? Because the door is open and the door to close it is just above us. The door below to trade that is open and the door above us is closing. It isn't closed yet, but it is closing right now. And there's some violence to this velocity coming straight down right now. Like when you're reading and listening to all this news and this like diarrhea and propaganda, war machine, geopolitics, none of that matters. The only thing that matters here is this price action and momentum. That's it. That's all that matters that I can see. If we look on this 1 month right here, or excuse me, this weekly, this is what the bulls need to do to be in relative safety. They need to take out 671.10 as of today, and they need to take out 673.51. And you know who we normally send to do that? The Marines. I call them the Marines. And the reason I call them the Marines is when I joined the Army, I was too smart for the Marines. They full on told me. I took my ASVAB. I had like top score. And they were like, no. They're like, what sports did you play? I'm like, what are you, like, who are you? And they're like, you're a leader? I'm like, you can't be a fucking leader. We need a guy that, you think for yourself? I don't want you thinking. Like, I need you to be loyal. I need you to charge a hill when I tell you to with bullets raining down and you're going to lose your life. And you're not going to blink while doing it. You should go join the Army, man. They'll let you think. And I wanted to be a Marine. They knew that I probably wouldn't do well as a Marine. So what you do is you send the Marines to do shit that nobody else is willing to do. And that's also oftentimes perceived as heroics or being a hero or selfless service or the ultimate sacrifice and all those kinds of things. And you can relate that into the stock market. Instead of trying to be a Marine, You be like a thinking trader, and you be patient. And you let the Marines go in first and bust open the door, and then you can come in afterwards and guard that shit. For most of you, that's probably the way to go. When they say the Marines are the few and the proud, there's a reason for that. There's a lot of death in there. There's a lot of like pain in there. And there's a lot of doing things that are very fucking dangerous. So sometimes you let the Marines do what they're going to fucking do. You let the tip of the fucking spear go and do it, and then you get to all the glory. You get the easy job. So the number for you, if you want the easy job and are tired of giving it all back every season, forget even a bear market. The bear market, man, they'll take you back to fucking Wendy's, you know? So when you start going risk off, it's like, yeah, we're not buying anything anymore. We're just going to wait until this settles down. And we're only in fucking spring weakness here. We're not in a bear market. We're in seasonal weakness. And think about all the pain that you see out there for most people. So we haven't even turned up yet. You know, when things turn up, you know what it looks like? It looks like this. No one gives a fuck about calling this bottom over here. But here is where the money is. Money, 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 money. You know, 1 week calling a bottom, by the time this happens, everyone's going to tell you already by this week, by this third week, they're going to say, we're turning up, bro, we're out of here. You know, you're trading this, you're out, and then as soon as you're here, you're making money. So patience pays. And even if this thing starts to turn around, at some point you're going to be able to probably get into it before we even break out and start making our way up into another bull run if this does happen. With no pain and joy. And you're not going to be the bear who gets fucking annihilated. It's not turning around, it's going to crash. Not turning around, it's going to crash. Not going to turn, oh my God, I didn't get to buy any dips. I got left behind. I suffered. You just got to be the guy that knows where the bottom is. And you got to be the guy that knows when to get back up long again. That's it. It's fairly simple. We have the weekly here. This is your weekly target. This week. Not next week, not last week. This week right here. That's our target, our pin on the week. We have another week down here. Look at this one. You do a second two standard deviation move. Look at how low that is. You ready for 610 like this week on a 2 standard move? They don't happen frequently, but they do happen. Are you ready for that trade? Like by Friday, close. 610. I'm not saying I don't think it's going to happen, but if you did a 2 standard deviation move, very who's that? Distromatic is like, yes. But, you know, they do happen, right? It's a very small percentage of the time, but they do happen. So let's go into a day. I mean, just look at this here. This looks like capitulation phase to me, doesn't it? Move into capitulation phase. You want to see something neato on the daily? Here's your daily right here. Look at this daily velocity. Look, does this look familiar to you? We're blowing off velocity right now, right? We need to blow off velocity when we get in these highs. We have to. There's some point we blow off velocity to go up again. We can see it's pretty consistent too, right? See these highs in here? It's pretty consistent, fairly consistent. Same thing on monthly. Same thing on quarterly. Eventually, it's like an orchestra. Everyone's in tune. Everyone's in the same place. All velocity on every time frame is in the same high. And we start taking profit. And I want to show you this one last thing right here. I want you to see this right here. Right there. And what I want to show you is this. If you can't see it, let me just show us one last thing here. See this like zone right here? We're done. And then there's one more fuck you in here. Do we have to get the one more fuck you? No. But if we're in the same fucking place, the same playbook, and if you look back on tariffs, is this reminding you at all of that out there? Does it fucking smell like tariffs? Hey, we're going to go on an adventure with not tariffs, but with Iran and Venezuela and Cuba. And it's going to be wrapped up quick. But maybe not quick anymore. And we're doing it in seasonal weakness. Well, do we have to wrap it up right now, boss? Well, we're still in seasonal weakness, man. Seasonal weakness can be to April or May, whatever you need. Well, fuck it then. And all of a sudden, you get a little bit extra and a little extra pain. What does that look like? We're not even looking at price up here. I mean, what does that even look like? Hey, hello, darling, my old friend. We've got a cross of the daily and weekly. We have an attempt to say that tariffs are done. Shit breaks in half, and then the street says, you know what? If you're not ready, we're going to capitulate you down until you're ready. Are you ready now? We're done with tariffs for a little while. Market's able to break out. They priced in all this fucked up shit. That's how he does things. I don't care how he does them. I don't care if it's right or wrong. I don't care about any of it. I only care about how it's done. We're going to do tariffs. We did them the way we wanted. We're out of here. We're going to do tariffs. We're not quite done yet for whatever reason. I don't give a fuck. Okay, fuck it. We'll keep doing it. And the same thing applies here. Are we done? Are we going to expand? Is there going to be, I don't know, war grows bigger, more people get hurt? We got to price all that in. Are we going to hurt Japan's economy, 5th largest in the world? Korean economy? Knock on to the U.S.? People are like, what about, it's not going to hurt the U.S. Why the fuck would I sell you LNG for $2 or whatever it is for a pound, and I can get $6 in Asia? Because I should? Because you're an American? Fuck no, I'm going to go to Asia and sell for $6. Right? So you got to think about that for this next leg. Do we wrap it up or not? And if you can't tell if we're going to wrap it up or not, I'm going to tell you what it looks like. If we're done with adventurism or done with no fucking plan but a concept of a plan, you'll know it. Market will be done. Hey, we're done, bro. Looks like the end's on the horizon. Let's get out of here. Then you can just jump in over here and we're out of here. Sweet. You didn't have to figure all this out, all that out. You didn't have to listen to them talking. The market will tell you we're done. And no, you don't need this bottom fucking tick. You just don't need it. Or maybe your timeline is different. Maybe your timeline is something where you're like, hey, you know what? I don't really fucking care. This is my place to buy the dip. And if we come back all the way down here and all of a sudden it's V-shaped and we're out of here, and you have the intestinal fortitude and the right structure, or maybe you only spent 30%, and you're going to load another 30 down here and another 30 on the way up, you're probably fine too. And you might have the emotional wherewithal to not give a fuck. But most of you are not that guy. Most of you are like, is this bottom? I want to get long, and you're going to get hammered in this capitulation phase, even if it's just a matter of slamming you down and slamming you down and slamming you down. You get the wrong time frame on your shit. So this capitulation could be moved down, or it could just be fuck you, or maybe it's a false start and back down and fuck you even longer before we get out of here. So patience is the key. And until this changes above, the way is lower. It's telling you that, right? It's easy as peasy to see. Unless we break out above here, we are in risk off still. Still. So nothing really on your side right now. You can consume the Kool-Aid on the bull thesis that this is bottom. And I don't mind people doing that. I don't mind people fucking around. I don't mind people that are like riding the meme shit or whatever. But when you're like being serious, like, this is the bottom, and I'm going to put all my eggs in this, and it's for next week. Yeah, I don't know. I would say that the rules of probability are way against you. And even if you were to win this one time, statistics and probability say that you would be wrong the other 9 or 10. It's that high. So here is the daily that you need to worry about right now. It's this one. You can see they came in with the wick here. You can see it. They have a wick right here, right? Slam you down. Another wick right here, slam you down. You know that this is where the sellers are. They're right here. This is really what we have to worry about, is these guys from yesterday right here. I'm going to make a little red box. It's that simple. We'll deal with what's above only after. For the information that you have on a daily basis and a weekly basis, you have a target down below and the weekly down here. And you've got sellers known up here. It's all you need to know about right now. It's the only thing you can plan for as either a buyer or a seller, is that you know sellers are here. You know there's likely another set of sellers up here. You know there's another set of sellers up here. And you know there's another set of sellers up here. And if you're on sell side, you know there's only one thing you don't want to happen. The only thing you don't want to happen is trade any of this. You don't want to give any chance for these fucking bulls to escape, do you? So this is your big concern up here. And this is where the sellers are. And guess where the sellers are looking? They're looking down. This is all they got their eyes on over here. There's more down, 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 down. That's all they're focused on. You as the buyer are not above this shit. So you have to be tactful. They don't. They don't need to be tactful. These fucking guys are coming in selling everything. Any high they have is a nail to hammer. That's what they're thinking right now. You got the weekly target here on Friday. It could be before then, right? They've got till 1600 on Friday to take us down here. This is your weekly capitulation over here. This is 2 standard deviations. Woo! Not as far as it looks, right? Market stalling. Trump buying time for said market, but you're roped in too to end of month. You're also roped into on the 31st at 8 a.m. You kind of like tied into this, right? It's like a vortex into this Friday close from QuapX, right? But anything can happen. You could plunge right down here and come right back up. So there's danger. You could come up here and get sucked right back down into it, right? Whether we're going to go up and get released up or released and down, or released and down and up on some kind of war stoppage, right? And Trump, meanwhile, the executives just buying time into this, right? Buy more time. That's all they're doing. That's it. This is your 4-hour right here. Timer price, time passes. All these numbers drop down farther and farther, right? Where do you think sellers will be today? Right here, right? Let's look at this on a 1 hour. Where are they going to come in? You have the low here at 50. You have the halfback trade. This is nice. There's your buyers right there. They're stepping in. And where are your sellers? They're right up here, right? Pretty big group of sellers up here, right? These guys fucking mean business. And we're kind of trapped in this sideways, we think, right? Diddling in the middle. So, if you're trying to buy something, you're trying to buy this, trying to sell this, and you're not getting stuck in the fucking middle when you slam it. You slam into this, what do? They bought it, whoop. And then they sold it, right? Whoop. So they're buyers, sellers, and we have not broken up and away yet. We haven't broken down yet, have we? So you would be best served as a buyer on these lows and best served as a seller on these highs, even if it squeezes above, right? They would still need to have 2 new highs to break out. They would still need to have a new low to break down, and you would still get a chance to jump on that. So you're just kind of like stuck in the middle. That's all we are right now, stuck in the middle. We're not making big, huge, like, hey, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. Unless maybe you know something. Maybe you do. Statistics say you don't. It says I don't. That's why I say I'm not your furu. You trade what's in front of you, right? Every day, come up with a plan. Every week, every month, for every 3 months, every 6 months. If that plan begins to unfold or unravel, or you get new information or things change, something you didn't see, right? Hey, we didn't know we're going to invade Iran. We don't know if Iran is going to resolve itself between now and next week. We don't know if it's going to intensify and go down. The market is in a stasis right now due to options, expiries, quarters, and then planning future quarters, future months for new information to come into the market. And you're stuck in the middle here. So you can get long in here, but we know some information, don't we? We know that it's bearish. We know that the sellers are still here. You can see them clear as day. So you'll be scared up here. The farther down you can get, the better off you are as a bull, in my view. And you have some things you can think about here. The halfback trade, the sweep to the lows down here, or the escape above and take that long trade. Or if we smash into something known, you can more than likely long it. So even let's say, look at this stuff. Let's say we smash all the way down here. Whoop. Blast all the way down. I'm going to expect a squeeze up there. Maybe a squeeze here. But we're aware of this stuff, right? And we know where we are at the moment. And we know from velocity that we might be done and we might not be done. We can be done, but if we're going to be done, I'm not going to try to say, hey, that's bottom. I'm going to wait until conditions improve, make my life easy. Or if we get more adventurism, I want to be able to sell this shit to the depths of hell if that happens. So I need to be very aware of this low, be very aware of new lows being created and rejections and velocity coming down on top of me, and the cross of the daily trigger. And I want to show you one last thing here. When you look at velocity and they tell you they don't mean anything or they're late or something, that is fucking false. When you see something like this going vertical, it's telling you we're going up. When you see something like this go sideways, it's telling you what? That we're going nowhere. And if this thing turns down violently, it's telling you what? Before we even get there. We're in risk off major, sell, 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 right? We've got yellow line going straight up, down slightly, then straight up. But it's straight up, right? And right now, this yellow line is violently vertical. I want to draw your attention to this right here. That yellow line is vertical going down. It is extremely bearish. Now, can it turn up? Sure. We can if we bring price up here and start pulling up in price, it'll drag the daily trigger up. But it's not there right now, is it? It's vertical down. No matter what anyone's saying to you out there, that is extremely bearish. It is a wall of momentum coming down on price, trying to push it to new lows. So until that recovers, just that yellow line, it ain't looking good. And that is predictive. This is not good. Can I do that? There we go. Is not good. As this daily trigger and velocity runs down, it is dangerous to the health of a bull. You want to be above that and drag that velocity back positive. What I want to look at here is this leg right here. This is the second one right here. We get this one right here, 660.99, and then 659. And there's this tick right here. This is all bullish still. This is all good. A little bit of improvement on the daily here. It is being bought. $10 a.m. buyers stepped in. We already hit the 50s. There's Wednesday, Thursday. And they think here, like, you're going to try to fight this, and these sellers are going to get you right back down into this right here. I just want to see this. See this right here? There they are right there. You're going to expect these guys to continue to step in here and accumulate unless we break it. Bigger danger here is this right here. Not this one. This guy right here. See this guy right here? So you got this up here. These sellers swoop back in again. They're going to try to take this down even farther. No, that wouldn't surprise me right there. Right, and there. See it now? Up, up, up. Down, 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 down. Right back to the start of this shit down here. There's your 27th doom. Whipsaw up. And this like 660, 658 becomes... You know, this is where it gets nasty in here, too. It's like, you down here, these guys buy right here. And you got sellers now here. And you got sellers right here. Try to smash you down. There's your 2 sigma move, capitulation, flush. Weekend squeeze. Woo, baby. and you're into your roll. All back to this here. And you've like destroyed your low, destroyed that, new market low, and you're coming into hedge in here. If this happens, this might not play out. Well, that's what it looks like to me. And you know, the bullshit with Trump, you can't have the bullshit. You got to have like, this looks like things deteriorating. Here's your fuck you Friday right here. And we're reliant upon news, not econ news, but like, you know, bullshit crazy town over here. We're already doing it right there. And there's the trap. There's the continuation. Let you suck up into the weekend. Everything's honky-dory, bro. Or maybe even straight down. You could have this wrapped up by, there's 600. That's closer than you think. And even if you're just being sucked down long enough into this, you come back into April and it's party time, straight down. So I don't want to get all dour in here, but this is where it comes back to, you really want to be seeing like this moves. Hey, we're out of here. Easy peasy, buying dips, getting long, nice and easy. Right now, this is all pointing towards more down and the setup for more down in April. You can see they're trying to pound you off the half-hour trigger here as a sell. You see it? They're already trying to take you down off the half-an-hour trigger. They're going to give you another chance to get up here, and they're going to want to send you down again into the close. This is 1600. This is the best you can expect. And you're fighting this. See how you're fighting? You're literally fighting sellers. And these guys are going to want to be up here. And they want to send you down on Wednesday and Thursday. Look at that. Oof. There's one. Watch it closely. There's one. There's two. This is four. I love leaving this on the hour. Push up, easier trade. Push down, up, down, up, up. You want to know what the 12 o'clock flows are, right? Where do you buy the dip on this? 1 and 5 minute trigger. Price target upside 657.97. This is your 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock move, right? Try to buy a dip. Actually, it should be behind here. Try to buy the dip at 12. This is 130. This is your stall into the close. This is 1600. This should be back here. It's like this. Slam them. Slam them again. I'm sorry. And then slam them here. Latest part of the day, 4 p.m. Could be early. Could all get done before we get to 4. Like 2 o'clock, 2:30, but sometimes we save it to the end of the day. Watch this target here. It's 653.60. Just watch out for, we come up and then we grind through here. And you're looking for the 12 o'clock buyers to step in, carry us even higher. PT1, 657.97. PT2, 664.56, but do not trade that. You want to be above this, however long it takes to get above it. You want to make a second new high and have Velo coming up to take that trade. The only thing you can trade as a top is PT1, 657.97 by end of the day. And look at this shit. Gross. Can you guys see all this? That's one. You can kind of see that. I'm going to get rid of this so you can see it. And there you go.
Seeing reports according to CNN that Washington initiated outreach with Iran, but nothing reached the level of negotiations.
I read it earlier. It was so that news was yesterday. I said it to you earlier this morning that other nations are going to join in. Saudi Arabia is one of them. You're likely going to see a coalition of the willing of the Middle East and Asia in this, not just Israel and the U.S. VIX 9-day does have some gaps to fill down at 24.92. Gulf states weigh in military options to counter Iran's escalation. Iran's biggest Gulf Arab neighbors are considering joining the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran and could be pushed to if Tehran attacks their critical infrastructure. Oh, that's good. According to several people with knowledge of the situation, the Gulf's most powerful states, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates.
The Iranian source said that there has been U.S. outreach and Tehran is willing to listen.
The Gulf's most powerful states, Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates in particular, are losing patience with Iran strikes. This is news that broke yesterday. Are losing patience with Iranian strikes that have already hit ports, energy facilities, and airports, said these people who requested anonymity in order to speak freely, but they would only join in the war if Tehran makes good on their threats to attack vital Gulf power and water infrastructure. A high threshold, the people added. It's really not. At some point, the closure or the threat of closure of the Strait of Hormuz starts to involve other nations that cannot not respond. Those, of course, include the countries in the Middle East and countries in Asia. And the question becomes more and more glaring, is this a weapon of mass destruction? It doesn't necessarily have to be a nuclear bomb or EMP or.
Last night, there was a reporter from CNN who cited 5 sources, said that several nations are working to mediate a deal between
Last night.
and Iran.
And they've got a source in Iran,
Well, that was news from last
but
night.
they don't want to say who it is. I think we need to route more extremism till we find a little bit less extremism. And I say that because the more time that passes, the more the U.S. and its partners, or maybe unwilling partners, will feel that feeling. We're going to start destroying our economy here. Like, I don't want to see, I want to see the leadership removed from Iran. I don't really want to hurt the people of Iran. And I don't really agree with adventurism in Iran for whatever reason that may be. But at some point, people want to protect their own people, right? What can I do to stop this? And so you might think you don't have a willing coalition, but you more than likely do. We also had Diego Garcia involved, I believe, France. If I don't know if I have that correct, but France as well. So they're getting involved. You end up dragging everybody into this, whether they want to or not. There isn't just something where you start saying to yourself, hey, we're just going to turn the power off, or we're going to turn off our manufacturing until this resolves itself or spirals out of control. I made a post that said, when do the conversations start about where we start taking it on the chin? It's not just us, it's other countries. When you have to start making those decisions, countries will do things they wouldn't normally do. And that's what my fear is with the U.S. too, is at some point the U.S. might be, that's a weapon of mass destruction. We're going to meet it in kind. Or you're going to have other countries that may not be willing participants, but are looking internally and say, hey, when does the diesel shortage really begin to stop our economy from moving? And if that's the case, what am I going to do? And I want you to think about that from your own life. Whenever we go through a recession and you lose your wife and your children, well, what will someone do? They'll lose everything and keep their car, right? They'll go sleep in their car. They'll do whatever they need to do. Maybe they take 2 or 3 jobs, whatever they need to do. And it becomes less of a question of, do I want my awesome, high-priced, 6-figure job? Or am I willing to, sleep in my car in a back alleyway to get to work and maybe work 2 or 3 jobs that I didn't want to do, but you're forced into it, right? And we're at that moment, kind of. We're not quite there, but we started getting there when?
To reconsider
last week, right? Then you should start to see these questions being asked internally. And I think I read a post in the Discord that said Japan was taking inventory of all of their fuel, doing an internal audit. There's a reason for that. You can look at it on just like a personal basis in your own life. How much money do I have? I got tons of child support here. My attorney bills are through the roof. My wife's leaving me, took the dogs, took the cats, took the kids, took the fancy F-250, took the skis, took the surfboards, took the skateboards. She took everything. She took the art. She took my clothes. She burned them out back with a big bonfire. Landscapers aren't getting paid. Everybody's gone right now. What do I got to do? And you're like, 2 months before, everything was fine, right? Paying all your bills. You got the housekeeper there. You got kids or this and that, and everything's awesome. And then all of a sudden, you're like, what am I going to do? Am I going to sit in this house that's being repossessed, be the last person here, rip the cabinet? They did this in 2008. Rip the cabinets down, break all the marble, and get angry? Maybe you do that too. And then I got to survive. So you do things you wouldn't normally do. I'm going to go get a job at Domino's. I'm going to go get a job waiting tables. I'm going to go work construction all day long. How many hours are you working, bro? Like 90 hours a week. Where are you living? In my car. Until situation improves, I'll do whatever I need to do. I thought you said you'd never do that stuff. Well, you know, sometimes a woman's got to do what a woman's got to do. My husband took everything. Watch this consolidation down here into 12 p.m. Could start at 11:30, somewhere in here. It should start turning up here shortly. We'll grind back into these sellers above thereafter. We're going to try to smash these guys out. And if we can take 658.20, that top white line right here. If we can take that top white line, we'll start talking about PT2, but we first have to open the door to it, maybe get a sweep, and then start making our way higher, but it's not here nor there. Just so you can see it, scrunch it up a little bit. The idea is to slam our way up here. We could potentially go up here, smash this, smash, sweep for a flush, and then begin talking about higher highs. But for right now, we know the sellers are right here. They're already trying to hammer us on the on these highs. They fucking hit that wick like it was nobody's business. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 layers to get through. I don't think any of this has changed. I'll show you this. We're going to do gamma really quick. Jesus Christ. I'm looking at net gamma right now. It is a fucking mess. Give me a minute. I'll bring some. I'm going to reset this right now just so you can see it. I'm going to pull it really quick. Let me show you guys something cool here. We're going to go to Gamma Viz. Wait till you see this. It's like max OPEX quarter end. I'm going to pull this data up right here for SPX and pull the current data. We'll come back to it here in just a minute. What I want to show you here is this is the gamma from yesterday. The gamma flip is up here at 6,700-ish. I got to check it again, but strong sellers up at 6,700. Weak sellers here at 6,650, 6650. There's a very vicious put wall above us here. The bottom, there's like a small put wall here, and then the bottom of the options markets until the 1st or the 31st. This will all change after the end of the quarter. But I want you to just look at this really quick while we spin up that information. So even when you're looking at this breakout here to the upside, can we smash up here and squeeze? Just keep your eyes on this 6,600 right here. We're going to take a look at this here in just a minute. Like even if there is a squeeze up here, I think I've got 658 on SPY, which is like right about here. That's what I have on that other chart that I'm showing you. So this chart right here. This is the C658 right here. So this is what you're trying to do, is smash up. Smash, smash, smash. And that correlates to this right here. Like smash, smash, smash up here, but there's just below it, there's an hourly trigger and a major put wall above.
It says that they're talking with the U.S. administration.
The squeeze zone is above.
Has for protection of U.S. assets in the Middle East.
But you kind of have to like hit this, take a beating, 1, 2, and then start talking about the blast higher. You got to be careful of this drag down into the end of the week.
By Oracle and OpenAI.
Let's take a look at this really quick.
AI collaboration on nuclear energy.
Oh, wait a minute. We're not doing it here. Just give me a second here. Just going to put this down here so you can see it. Oh, I'm having technical difficulties here. I should probably do this behind the scenes. What I want to show you is this resistance above here. It is like lopsided bear. And what I want to show you is the 6,600 candle. I'm having some technical difficulties here. But at any rate, I don't know why this isn't working for me right now. I bet we're tinkering with it in the background. What I want to show you is that that I can't seem to show you at the moment is that 6,600 right here is a pretty significant put wall. Now,
it's Microsoft.
If we break out above that,
nuclear permitting and design.
So this is the bottom of puts right here, theoretical bottom of puts. So this is bottom of the option market. This is the put wall. Normally, when we smash down into a put wall, we don't trade to the bottom of the market. You can see we did here. So if we can get above this put wall and turn this into support, if we can, there is nothing between 6,600. There's a speed bump at 6,650. And the wall is 6,700. But we have to get above this. These are weak sellers here. And these are where the strong sellers are up here. Big move, right? But you can't trade this unless you're already above it. Can't trade this or even the thought of this unless you get above this put wall with some like, you know, 1, 2, maybe a sweep down to flush, and then a new high to get in here and start trading this. There's work in here, is my point. And where they all are right now to lock us in is right here at this put wall. Oh, sorry about that. On one dates, we have a pin, or I don't know if it's to be a pin today, but on one dates we have gamma at 6,500. Right in here. Right in there, there's like a big gamma bar, so any squeezing should get sucked back down. We have puts at 65.25, 65.50, 65.80. And we have one little bucket of calls at 66.44. So we're already above all that stuff up here. So that's no help to buyers. 2-date volume, 6,600 is a pin for tomorrow. So there's a pin up here, but no one has rolled higher than right here. So we're kind of pinned in right now, right here. Let me just check 3 dates really quick. Give me a second as I spin this thing up and see if I can get it to show me the rest of this.
S&B's choosing says in the short term we see that inflation will rise somewhat.
Yeah, I'm getting like broken answers here in the background. I can't pull up the 3 date. Gex.
Shooting also has that over the medium term this will ease.
Let me get back to you on this data here. I'm going to go find out what's going on. Here is SPY to grind higher. Trading 65.88.45 on SPX, looking for a target of 6,600. Scratch that. We've got a target of 65.96.04 on SPX, and then 6,600. This 1 hour bar was just taken out. This is now open. Now looking to trade 65.27, 65.728, 65.97. Coming into the half or the hourly trigger on SPX at 65.9604. Just a few ticks away from the hourly trigger on SPX. This is the second target right here.
S&B's tuned in says we underlined last week that our readiness to intervene in FX market is higher.
Give me just 1 second here, guys. Give me 1 second here. Just beware that this is down here. So this one right here is right here. Ba-da-ba-ba-bum.
According to the Wall Street Journal, Iran worries that talks might be a trap. So officials in Tehran concerned Trump's postponement of strikes on energy infrastructure could be an attempt to damp oil prices before resuming. So it's just a post from the Wall Street Journal, just making its rounds again.
Find out if my prior streams are available on Twitch, and if they're not, how to turn that on. And then I want you to print out for me how to do stream markers or clip later. How to get those. Okay? How to do stream markers so that I can do segments that you can cut and put up on social media. That's the first thing you need to do, okay? So I need to be able to know where to put a stream marker and be able to access that stream marker so that I can download the clip. Make sense to you? If Twitch doesn't allow me to download and put those up to social media, there's a way to do it with YouTube. Or, no, Streamlabs will record the entire stream with markers. Streamlabs will record the entire stream with markers. I think I need like a external hard drive or something. And then I can keep them. These long 8-hour broadcasts. This marker push out. And the second thing I want you to do for me is put a link post my day sucks, it would push it to Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Reddit, wherever. Then I can manage the information. Get that set up. Hang tight, guys. I've got just give me 1 second here. I've got like people here. Hold on. Just to note that this one right here, This high is this low right here. This high is this high right here. And then your next target is there's a smash into this one here and then this one up here. So whether that takes now into I figured what 4 p.m. at the latest, but 1:30 is usually the earliest for this to print. But just note that this was already done. It was actually higher. It was like a split right here somewhere.
Reports that Iran imposes a $2 million fee on every.
But just note your next target above is 657.28 and 657.97. But this could take all day long. Just be aware that could take all day long.
To 0.2%. S&P 500 is up 0.1%.
And then we are looking for a roll to the downside. If we tag, one other note here, the only other note I would give here is if we do tag this upper white line, that would imply we can trade this above stuff, but unless we don't, if we don't hit that line, then there's no reason to even consider that above. So you're roped into this stuff here, and just be aware of that because I want you to see this right here. Yeah, you can just see all these sellers like here. You can't see them, but the sellers here and sellers over here. So you gotta be really careful up here. You might think you're breaking out and they send you back to the hurt locker. Move that over for you here so you can get some context. And I have one other note here, just a programming note that I do have a fucking technician coming from ATT like between 12 and 4. I have no idea when he's showing up. I've been trying to call him and contact him to find out when he's going to be here. Whenever he gets here, he's likely going to turn the internet off. If that does happen, before he turns the internet off, we'll look at the market to give you a snapshot of what I think is going to happen. So you have some kind of a game plan or roadmap ahead.
One of the Lebanese security sources says interception was carried out by a foreign navy vessel. Then 2 Lebanese security sources say Iranian missile was intercepted over Lebanese airspace for the first time. One of the Lebanese security sources say the interception was carried out by a foreign navy vessel.
Iran imposes $2 million fee in every ship passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah. Keep dreaming, bro. I don't think anybody told Iran that that's why we're doing what we're doing, so that there'll be no imposing of shit. Oh my God, Bork. Oh God. Wait a minute, I'm getting all kinds of I'm getting Discord just fucked up for me too right now. I can't write God damn it for a GIF anymore? What the fuck?
In respect to China.
Are you serious? Like even their search for oh my, I got a hot mic? Just a quick note here that I just want to switch over to the gamma chart up here. Just so you can have some frame of reference where we are. I'm just coming into this put wall right here in the hourly trigger on SPX. SPX gamma 6600, significant gamma bar up here. I'm reading kind of a cool story back here where Jensen, aka Bill, saying we have I've got a I gotta get back to a meeting really quick. Just a note to you guys that I'm losing my train of thought here. I'm like reading something while talking to people. Did you guys read the story from Jensen Huang about him saying that we have general AI? I agree with him on this. The only thing that I'm in disagreement with that Gen AI statement is that he's going to need to deliver the rest of those chips this fall and do the build out on the energy infrastructure. But other than that, I think he's correct.
Says State Department official Denano. Denano adds that no discussions held on resuming atmospheric nuclear tests. According to Fox, 82nd Airborne Division commander ordered to deploy to the Middle East. It's further from this Fox News reporter. They say that they've been deployed to the Middle East as Pentagon and the White House weigh whether to send the 82nd Airborne Division to the Middle East for possible land operations.
Yeah, I bet. I bet they're going to launch that news right as we hit fucking resistance up here. This is your basis for the next part of this trade, this green bar right here. It's right over here. Do you see it? This is the basis for the next trade to go up here and get over this 4 hour. We also have a cross of the 5-minute trigger, the half hour, and the 1 hour here.
West Bahrain region disrupted by ongoing conflict.
Yeah, I bet you fucking perma bear. Fucking financial juice. Let's just watch this closely here. There ain't nothing down here. The next trip is down here. We want to see this hold here. Watch out for the flush. You know how this goes, right? What are the rules? We got up here and smash into this stuff, fail it. We want to see the bounce. Couple new highs, start getting long for the next one. I'm going to check right now, brother. I'm going to load it from the beginning. Or I'm going to turn it off and then turn it back on. I fucking love the name of it too, Gamma Viz. I fucking love it.
According to France's INSEE, French inflation is to reach 2.2% in June. French GDP to increase 0.2%.
Watch out for a flush here. Watch out here for a quick flush down. We had a flush earlier, so watch out for something similar here.
Seeing the Canadian dollar extending decline, touching a 2-month low against the US dollar.
Come on, baby, you can do it. There's a small target down here. Here is S1 at 652.02 in case they do flush it. Remember that there are big sellers above up there. It's a huge gamma bar of fuck you. Oh yeah, come on, baby, you can do it. I believe in you. Just keep on pumping. You can get there. Just keep calculating that fucking fresh ass data instead of that stale ass old data. We don't do no fucking fake ass fucking 4-hour-old data. We do fucking right at the moment legit net. Well, yeah, like AGI. Sorry, I didn't see you guys are saying earlier. Hold on, I'll come back on the show here. I got to do one quick thing here, guys. Hold on. Let me just So you can at least see me here. I gotta look at this one fucking thing right here. What is this? He's back now? He's back now. Hold on here. Give me. Oh, it totally worked, Bork. It totally fucking worked, bro. I wanted to show them that big gamma bar. Let's go back. We're going to look at it now. Sorry, we had some technical difficulties this morning. We were making some changes. We're refining these new tools. We're launching a bunch of cool tools, and we're building them from the ground up. And they're very. There's a lot of work that needs to be done for these things, and we're constantly working on them. We're gonna go up here to the gamma, trade the trigger gamma here. I'm gonna need to do some layouts that. I need to do a layout specifically for the website because I'm covering all this shit up over here. So I will work on. Let me write that down. A new layout for website layout. You can do it right now. Let's do that. Fuck it. We're here. Might as well knock it out while we're on stream, right? We're here all day long. How do I do that? How do I knock this out? I gotta add a new scene. Trade the trigger, maybe? Scene. Sorry if I piss you guys off out there. Just give me a second here. New scene. Trade the trigger. Okay. How do we do this? I don't know the best way to do this. I guess we'll take this and put it over here. But we're not going to have this screen grab here. Trade the trigger. Done. Uh-oh. It's all black now. Can you guys even hear me? Yeah, you can. You guys can hear me. We got the book map one up there. We got the top right, bottom right. We got the book map screener right there. Top right, bottom right. Trade the trigger screen. And we're going to add a source. And we're going to go. I'm still here, boys and girls. Give me a quick second here. A window capture. Display capture. Share monitor. I guess we could do a share a specific window. Okay, maybe. Trade the trigger. I don't know if this is going to work. Add source. The window is going to be trade the trigger. Hey, done. And then we're going to do is we're going to do it right in here. Cool. We're going to bring that up right there. I'm going to bring that. Can I make that any bigger? No? All right. Well, that's not cool. All right, I guess we'll just do it like this then. And then bring this down. That doesn't work. Hold on here. Give me a quick second here, boys and girls. You don't need to see any of that. You can probably get rid of some of that. You can probably get rid of some of that. Something like this. But I wish it had What am I doing wrong here? Hulk angry. Hulk not good with technology. Hold on here. Kind of need it to be. It's so wide. Hold on here. Right here. Probably all you need to see. This can go, oh yeah, a little bit better like that. A little bit wider there. Well, we'll figure something out for the bottom. Okay, this is our Trade the Trigger website. We're going to have to deal with this for right now. You probably don't want my face or the chat on this. You can hear my voice, which is good. I'll fix this later. I'll put something down here. What I really want you to see is like all of this stuff right here. This is what matters here. This is our Gex Viz. And we're going to open up NetGamma really quick. Oh, yeah, look at how sexy that is. What I want you to see here is that this is 6,600 right here. So what's going on here is, no, it's not that. We are smashing in right here currently. And we haven't broken out. Something else that's notable here, too, is that just take a look at the volume of puts on market still. I haven't looked at the notional. We have it on this website, on this Gex tool, but I want you to just see, like, visualize what we have going on down here in terms of, like, how overly hedged the market is. We're trapped into this, like, 6,500, 6,600. And when you're looking for, like, an unclench to be it, like, to escape this, escape this, like, 6,700, max pain 6,725 on NetGamma, and all this kind of, like, this cup over here that needs to be filled. We tend not to be able to escape that if we are even going to escape it until the rollover on the end of quarter, which is the 31st. Now, the thesis here would be that at some point you are going to be able to escape to grab a high, whatever that may be, whether it's 60, whether that high is 6,600, 6,600, or one of these highs up here, 6,650, 6,700. Max pain is 6,725. And if you're a bull and you're like, hey, Cap, this is the bottom, we're out of here, we're not going any lower because we're so well hedged, outside of the geopolitical risk, you are still looking for the ability to escape this pull. And you want the geopolitical risk to leave, and you want this bounce higher so that we can, bounce up here and start trying to trade once again 7,000 up here. But as of right now, we're still being sucked into this NetGamma. Now, there's some good stuff here too. Gex by expiration. I mean, take a look at this here. 14.7 billion expires. There's a massive unclenching here on the 31st.
And destroy US grid lead to deploy to Southcom area.
The Gamma flip is at 6703.20 to be exact. The Gamma, 67.03. This is the Gamma regime map. Spot right now is 6588. So if you don't know what this means, the green above is dampening mean reverting regime, where we come back into this to this yellow, and then while the red below signifies amplification. So if we're heading lower, we'll be violent down to 6450, and then more supportive in here. 6320s, 6390s. If we're heading higher, we have squeeze potential up in here to this flip. But we do need to break above, if you're looking at this right here. Like dealers are not quite supportive right where we are at 65.88, but dealers can become supportive if we start squeezing. They will chase this move up to 6,700. And then, of course, we've got a sexy-ass gamma heat map down here. It's telling you to look to buy or start getting long at like 64.90. We're way above that right now. And we're actually right in here. So you can actually see right now we're pounding into this zone right here. And you can kind of see this big red wall. We start getting a little bit more supportive if you get like a bounce and a bounce. Dealers would tend to want to push us higher into that 7,000 wall that's like right here. This is a Gex heat map visualizer. It's pretty cool. But you can see this big giant wall up here at 6,600. Trying to tell you no, go back down. Look to buy the dip lower at 65.50. That's slightly lower than where we are. So let's say we got a flush. It'd be like this, right down in here, and then we're trying to pound on it again. I think that's everything we need to see right now. The only other thing that I wanted to look at here with you today is the 1-date gamma. We'll take a peek at 1-date and then 2-date. The target we hit on SPX earlier was, what do we hit here? 65.95. So we smashed up into right in here. We've smashed right up into here at this point. So if you are looking for a place to buy, it's 64.70, 64 to hit this target of 66.43. We're like smashing into this big wall right now on this 1-date gamma. So this is all being monetized or demonetized. And then hopefully if they close all those puts, we can start trading this target of 66.45 and the max pain of 66.70. This is before you get to 6,700. This is all 1-date stuff. And then we'll be looking here at, here's 2-date, see if this improves at all. Let's open this up. 2 dates, we have a magnet above at 66.25. And remember, your basis is to be buying 6,500 to smash up to this. You don't want to be losing 6,500 today, tomorrow. I believe that's where we started this morning. It's I'll show you this really quick. That's this zone right here. So your basis is to buy all of this. On an intraday basis, you want to be holding up right here at 65.50. But if you wanted, like, hey, let's say we start losing this. So you just see this right here. Right? If we're coming down here, as long as we're today, tomorrow, you can buy dips down here right now. But as we get farther out in time, it changes a little bit. Just so you can see this right now. If you go back to the trade the trigger screen, this is 2 dates for tomorrow. And then for 3 date, it gets really wonky. This is, so we've got today, we just did the 1 date for today, right? And then we have the 2 dates for Wednesday, and then the 3 dates we're going to look at right now for Thursday before we come into month end. And here's your 3 dates. We're going to open this up right here. If we can stay above, there's something fascinating here that if we can stay above this area here on Thursday, maybe we can propel up into Friday to 6,800. But we have to like maintain, we have to hold this 6670, and on the worst case scenario, 6,600 down here, maybe even 6,550. And here's 6,500. You see how, like, for where we are today, we have to like hold all this stuff and hold all this stuff. And we need to make the progress into Thursday to potentially trade this zone to 6,800 of all places. Now, I don't know if we can, but any of these back tests as we move forward, you want to be using your rules to make sure we can hold this stuff on the downside so that we don't, by Friday, if we're not holding any of these things, we don't just start blasting down.
They say the shipping.
And this is where the magnet is for. Maybe not you. Not I shouldn't have wrote that there.
Last week, sharp increase from export.
So this is the OPEX pin right here, QUAPEX pin. We want to be holding this and holding this and holding this, and theoretically on Thursday and a Friday we want to be up here. If we can't, what we'll do is we'll get sucked right back down into this on Friday. And so that's why we do not want to reject these highs. Let me just show you this bottom right. We don't want to be rejecting these highs over here as we head into Thursday. If we do, you know what happens, right? I'm going to show it to you on a higher frame here. As we head into Friday, you can already see that these sellers want to keep us out here, right? And they want us to get sucked back into the vortex down into OPEX, either this OPEX number here or QUAPEX number down here, even if we blast down and then back up into the Friday. So they're trying to stop this right now. Sell side is. In the bulls today, tomorrow, what they need to do is they need to break us away from, we need to hit this higher target and get as high enough as we possibly can so that any back test, whether it's all the way down to 50 or not, or if it's only down to the hourly trigger, we get sucked into this like 670 and maybe even a squeeze up into Tuesday over the weekend, right? The other side of this trade is you break up here, hold this hourly trigger, smash these guys up here, and then before you know it, on to the Friday and the 27th, into the 1st, which is Tuesday of next week, the big squeeze up to potentially 6,800, way up here. And this is your Tuesday right here, right? So that you're opening, like smash them out of here, smash them out of here, and then as you come into the weekend, into like Friday, whammo, right up in here. And this is where the last vestige of the seller is. And if you're up here on the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Tuesday, if you've broken this white line right here, it calls into question the bears on Wednesday, Thursday, if they can't get down deep enough on the 31st through the 3rd. We get sucked back up in here, and then we're out of here, and you have a little bit of Trump helping, and war is over in the Strait of Hormuz. But we're not there right now. The only thing you're dealing with is just this right here. Not getting sucked down into the death spiral that all these sellers want. Just over here, you can see they're already trying to pound it, right? There's like smash, like big wick right here, big wick right here, and you know they're gonna be, hey, we're right here, bro. Get the fuck out of here. And you know the drill, right? The drill is the close. The how they're doing this is in the close. So you're starting a basis trade from the 50s, right, to break out early, nice and low, give you some breathing room. And what you don't want to do is stall in here. You know, you come in at 4 p.m. and we're stalling, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna slam fucking sell a bunch of futures right here on post market and after hours. It's a little bit of doom where the dealers are more supportive down by the 50s. You know, and then like, yeah, you get that support again, but then it's like you're getting sucked down again, right? Like sucked down into quarter end. And I assure you right now that all these puts that are on this market and the doom that's out there and the news that's out there, and even the news that's pumping the market is kind of bullshit, right? Let's be honest. We got somebody in Iran that's agreement to this. Who? We don't know. We can't tell you. One person? Just one. It's kind of like the guy that dresses up in the Antifa gang shit on Fox News, and it's just a fucking political worker. I don't know if you guys have seen that shit, but it's crazy as fuck. So you got to be careful of this big giant suck down to the downside, and you got to be careful of the support levels. Like 650 is important, 655 is important today, tomorrow, Thursday, so that you get sucked into the month end to not print any of that shit down below. It's already been printed once, so and they're still out there. No one closed them, so they're all hedged into this into the quarterly close on the end of the month. Was it? Did I say 17 billion? I think it was 17 billion. I'm not sure. It's pretty fucking high. The notional expiry is 14.7 billion. Fuck. A fuck ton of money. And they're just like stopping. You can see just in this heat map that they do not want this. And this is fascinating too. Let's look at this really quick. You can see here that if you look at expiries here, this is March 31st right here. I mean, just look at this map right now as we head farther and farther out in time. Now, this is into September. We really need to like smash out of this here and start catching that support up into the end of the year.
Kuwait Petroleum CEO says if the war were to end today, we could bring back production back relatively quickly, but it would take 3 to 4 months to reach full production.
Give me a minute here, guys. I got a guy coming here. I gotta check to make sure this guy. I just got asked to invest in a restaurant. I don't want to invest in any more restaurants. Never again. I'm done with that shit. I know how to bum rush restaurant owners, though. People not doing what they're supposed to do and saying they're going to do what they're going to do. Okay, so that's fine right there. We'll just leave that up back there from now on. I'm just going to leave that trade the trigger up because we got a bunch of other cool tools too. Oh, I can get more granular in the heat map? Ooh, yeah. I can get more granular in the heat map? All right. I'm getting told in the background I got more sexy I can show you guys. Look more granularly. It's such a baller name, dude. It's a super baller name. Still grinding here. Just grinding away. Murder in the chain. This could take all fucking day. This could take till fucking 4 p.m. Just be aware that this line right here, this fucking thing could be all the way to 6. Like, literally, this could be a grind until fucking 4 over here. Just be aware of that. Normally get done by 1:30, but just be aware that we could grind sideways all day long here. I gotta get my cursor off of the porn and onto the Dude, did I just get a birthday wish from 80? Thank you, 80. I appreciate the birthday wishes. I need them right now. I feel like I've got like 10 octopus arms going and I'm failing. I'm trying to add more octopus arms right now. It was no fun. Let's bring this up, get a little more. How did I lose that? Maybe I have to have the maybe I have to have the chat on that other thing. Because of not having the chat on that other layout. Even if it's not showing, I have to have the chat on it. Hold on here, guys. I gotta fix this really quick. That's the wrong one. I gotta add the chat box in here. No, hold on here. Close. Hold on a second here, guys. Can I copy this? Copy. The trigger, paste. Paste reference. Okay, cool. All right, we'll deal with this later. Sorry, I just got when I don't have a chat box across every scene, it resets the chat. So like that's why there's nobody, you can't see any chat right here. It's because I don't have it on every layout. There it is. What's going on, boys? What's going on, Nitro Nerd? It is, if we can break above it. What really matters here is 658.07. This white line right here matters. If we smash that fucking thing out, we can start talking about going higher. There is a trade to 6,800, but we don't have a lot of time. We got today, tomorrow, and Thursday. We have to own 650, own 655. We have to be above 65,807 tomorrow, Thursday, and be cleaning up towards 67 to squeeze balls off into Friday. Now, we don't know, not Friday, Tuesday. There is some help there. If you're high enough into the close on Friday, you could squeeze. But the dealers will feed you supply to stop that until the weekend. And they'll pull that same squeeze shit they did on OPEX on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Friday into Sunday, Monday for the 31st. But we're not there yet. You have to focus on just holding and breaking above these resistance, these inflection points, and holding them and make progress. If we don't, the real issue here is if we trade sideways and we get supply. If we trade sideways, what's been happening is, let's say it's a 1600 here. Let's say we can't get above. They just keep slamming shares. These are option sellers, of course. If they keep us under this into tonight, what'll happen is we'll slip under the hourly trigger again, and they'll start selling fucking futures on us and slip us underneath the hourly trigger. And if we don't make progress into the weekend higher, we'll get sucked back down into the QuapX lows. If not even go lower and then come back up on Tuesday. The weekend could be fucking a mess. I don't know if you don't understand those mechanics, don't worry about it. But right now, unless we break this, we'll get sucked back down into the weekend. but it's not. It's neither here nor there. We just want to see if we lose this. We'll know by end of day. We did it yesterday too, right? You could kind of see it yesterday. We wanted to buy lower. We couldn't get the lower, so we couldn't get long. And then we went into the close yesterday, and they sucked us underneath the hourly trigger, and then we traded the 650, 648, 652, that whole zone. And then we were able to buy that this morning and make another attempt to break out today. So we need progress to the upside. And yes, there's a giant ass fucking gamma bar above, like right here. We just need the tip, though. If you just put the tip up there. And it's been a vicious cycle all morning. Like, we went up here. I mean, just look at this vicious cycle. It's like up here, smash it down, try again, buy it all back, smash it down, smash it down. The good news here, if there was any positive news, we haven't just failed. If we had just like failed this and kept failing, it would be a fucking mess. So they are pumping the news cycle right now, whether it's fake or bullshit or whatever. Someone's massaging the tape because we got no economic news. So they're just pumping like stupid shit, like news that broke yesterday, news that's like sketchy at best. And some of the news is good. The idea that the coalition of the willing is going to become the coalition of you have no fucking choice but to join the coalition or your country's fucked. That news is good, theoretically, unless, of course, bad shit happens. You know, World War III, that kind of stupid shit. Like weapons of mass destruction or whatever people are considering weapons of mass destruction. Does it get the same call or answer? I'm going to assume here at this point that the argument behind the scenes is the closure of the Strait of Hormuz is a weapon of mass destruction. It's being implemented. And you know, whether that's true or not doesn't matter, or whatever your perspective is, or my perspective on that is, like, hey, you know, like Iran should have that sovereignty. That has nothing to do with how you make an apple pie, or don't make an apple pie. And you know, it makes more volatility, more fear, and like what does the U.S. and these other forces wind up doing? In response to that, hey, we hit the nuclear button on the Strait of Hormuz. Fuck you. What are you going to do? And your adversary says, oh, we're going to meet you with the same answer, toe to toe. And we don't know what that is. I'm assuming that that's the argument behind the scenes. And if I was a negotiator with partner nations or potential partner nations, I would say to them, hey, this is a weapon of mass destruction, and we need to answer it with the same. No, I know, like we've heard, like the U.S. is being given a chance to, heal or an exit strategy. We don't see that, do we? We know that Trump's not that guy, even though you have taco time shit. He's not. And none of these guys are too. These people that are in his inner circle, they mean fucking business. Whether you like it or not, or agree with it or not, is not the question here. And the question here is, what will they do? And I don't see any way where we are. If you look at this logically, for the commitment of forces, the commitment of money, the commitment of forcing other nations past their will, for all of it, it all looks like it's geared up towards, confrontation with China and Russia. And you can see it too in the background with Russia and China's involvement with Iran as the proxy. Iran is basically the proxy for both of those nations, to not only stop the U.S. here and the West here, but to ensure that they have the ability to fight this new economy, new governments, new AI shit as years pass from now, right? The next, fucking 6 months to fucking 5 or 10 years. It's the same shit as the 1940s and 50s and the build out in the 60s leading up into the 90s. late 80s and early 90s. The same fucking shit. Same shit as World War I, World War II, Civil War, Revolutionary War, believe it or not, and other wars around the world as we created new economies. The same fucking story. It's been playing out for generation after generation. And you want to have control of the Middle East, for lack of, for your partners. Our partners are, a lot of nations in Southeast Asia, Asia, Australia, and others too. And the status quo is not going to work. We already know what's going to happen here. You already know what the argument is behind the scenes. You can't stick your head underneath anymore. We're going to do this. I don't want to do it. You're going to do it. It's not. Can't we just wait until the last possible minute? No. Start. Building your military out. I don't know where you guys are from out there, but if you're not from the U.S., tell me, is your nation now spending a bunch more money on defense? Yes. Just say yes. There's even like fear, lots of fear. You saw that Denmark was going to bomb the harbors and bomb the airports and stuff like that. There's a lot of like volatility and uncertainty and fear. No one wants to do this, and you get dragged kicking and screaming. All our big wars are like that, right? If you look back in history, you look at why did people not leave when World War II was apparent in Europe? Why did nobody get on a boat and leave? They were just there, weren't they? Unwilling participants, dragged kicking and screaming into that war, right? Same thing with World War I, same thing with Civil War in the U.S. and the Revolutionary War in the United States, and wherever you've lived, maybe you've had those same things. You get sucked into these things. You get sucked into an unwilling partner in progress, whether that progress is painful or less painful. It changes over generations, but when you stick your head in the sand as those changes are coming, you know what happens to those people, right? Like, this shouldn't happen. We don't want to do it like this. I mean, you can have a say in how that happens. Some people, sometimes you do get a say, sometimes you don't. A lot of power and money try to take control of that. And you end up being the fallout of that, or they give you some bread and circus so that you're focused on everything else but that change until it really fucks you, right? They make the decisions, you end up being the fodder. The more you guys fight with each other, I fight with you, you fight with me, we hate each other, the more we're not focusing on what's really going on in the background. These big, big, big things, right? It happens again and again and again and again and again and again. If you're a student of history in any way, you can look this stuff up. Matter of fact, you can just look up the last two industrial revolutions we had. We had one in the 30s, 1830s, 1860s. Then we had another one. It's a continuation at the turn of the century that lasted, or it started at the turn of the century, and then it lasted through the big wars, two big world wars, and then you saw governments fail at servicing those economies in most recent history in the late 80s and 90s. We saw the fall of USSR, couldn't service that economy. And then you also saw China pivot to continue to service that economy. And now we're coming to those big same questions again. And everyone's getting sucked into it, whether you want to or not, or the timing's not right for you, or you don't like the way we're doing it. That's for you to, vote or protest wherever you live, or revolt wherever you live, or if you're in the U.S., vote, or whatever the fuck it is you do. To have a say in that. Not the history doesn't sit on your side on that. So that's why you see like the rats running everywhere. Everyone wants a piece of the power. Everyone wants on the Noah's Ark. Not necessarily your brightest or your smartest or your it's mostly your wealth and power and access to try to get on that Noah's boat and not get caught up in the pain of that transition. But the vast majority of people, complain through the entire process and might get swept up in it. Or they just take the red pill or the blue pill or whatever to not pay attention to it. It directly affects them. Still sitting on the half-hour trigger on SPX right now. Remember that small put wall's down at 6555. If we do plunge a little bit more, it's somewhere right here. And remember that if you're a buyer, you need to hold this stuff. Crucial that you own 655 and 650 into tomorrow. And to be honest with you, to be much higher into the close today to get sucked up. If not, we're going to get thrown down and get sucked into the vortex of the quarterly OPEX lows from last Friday and over the weekend. Bulls do have some hourly velocity on their side right now. They have a 15-minute and 30-minute velocity. We are withstanding these downward rejections right now due to Velo on the upside. The market is supportive so far. We're not at the end of the day yet. You have till roughly probably 1:30 or so. And if we can't hold this into the close, we'll start fading these highs and start getting sucked down to the downside.
Fed bids for 2-year notes total $7.1 billion.
Jeez, this guy wrote a fucking letter. They're starting to write the bear letters right now. Like, I need fucking 500 words to say something small. I'm going to post a few things for you in the Discord right now. I think I posted this for you last week. I'm going to repost it again. I'm not going to post this last one. It's a little too long. Every time they're too long, I'm always like, fuck out of here with that. If it takes you 500 fucking words to write something short, then you're lying. You're bending over backwards now. Starting this week on Shopify, millions of merchants can sell to ChatGPT users via agentic storefronts. Oh my God. 82nd Airborne heads to Middle East. Now, it's not just them that are heading there. It's not just the Marines either. I got fucking 3 fucking family members heading there right now. 3. I got 3 across the board. All 3 called up from reserves. Reserves or guard, one or the other. They got orders 2 or 3 weeks ago. Talks might be a trap. Fucking right there, a trap, dude. There is no, I want to give it like a, if you like look at this logically, there's like a 70% chance the U.S. is going to accept nothing other than a regime, even if they pick them. Even if Iran picks them, a regime that is more neutral. I would say more of a mimic of some kind of like Saudi Arabia type situation. You know, and there's like a deal that's been going on for some time in the background. Like Israel and Saudi Arabia were trying to put together a trade deal. There's some homogenization going on, or an attempted homogenization of the Middle East right now. Or at least not, it's definitely kicking out China and Russia from their inroads, their Belts and Roads initiative. And all of this reminds me of, like, if you remember if you're older and you remember the domino effect, it was a big political thing when I was a kid. You got to, like, too many dominoes begin to fall around the world, and you lose your hegemony, not homogeny. Your hegemony in the world. It was a big thing for the West, was to fight the Cold War through proxies. And the latest one, of course, is Iran. It's considered to be one of those. And I think they're a bigger player. It's not the same player as Venezuela for a multitude. I think I talked about that yesterday.
Tim's time with the US with the 2-year note auction. The US looking to sell $69 billion in 2-year notes. Prior high yield of 3.455%, prior bid cover of 2.63. So looking at some research then, JP Morgan strategists say, given the sharp increase in yields on an outright basis, a supportive fundamental backdrop and improved relative value optics from increased repo specialness in the current issue, they see the auction as likely to be digested smoothly. Latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 1.5 million 2-year note futures, a record amount, and a possible source of demand in the auction. Also, heads up at the top of the hour, we also expect comments from SMB's President Schlegel.
And just a note that in the next 9 minutes, there's a 2-year note auction. This is HYG junk. This is what makes the market move higher. Now, this is considered a small econ data point, but it's a big one. The 2-year note auction previous was 3.455. 3-year, or the 2-year note auction is not like rate cuts or anything. That's the 3 and 6, but the 2-year is like risk on or risk not. That's the way to, like, feel like top line it, dumb down for the dumb trader like me. 2-year is, are we taking risk or not? And if you look at the 2-year right now, It does have some good velocity on it right now to squeeze higher. If you're looking for a degenerate trade, this could help propel us up. So let me check something here in the background. God, it still looks like shit on daily. You got no help on the hour. Looks kind of weak on the half and 15. Watch out for a knee jerk down, then straight up. You kind of need the 2-year to escape. If your thesis is this is the bottom, you really want to see this auction go well. Well, the last bid was 3.455. You really want to see this get clipped here. It's coming into a prior high yield of August 4th from 2025. It's extremely high. I mean, it's fucking monster high right now. There is supply up here at 4%. There could be like a cup and handle where the demand is lower than 3455 and propel the market higher.
Prior bid cover of 2.63.
5 minutes left until we get that demand. You do not want to see anything like 4, 4.5, 4.25, anything like that. So be careful into this 1 p.m. for a knee jerk down and then up. If you hear anything above 4, watch the fuck out. You see knee jerk though, like down, knee jerk down, then you hear a number that's like under anything. I don't know, like under 3.9 would be good. Anything like 345 or lower be outstanding. So you could see like a quick knee jerk down, then a whip higher.
US oil extends gains to hit intraday high near $93 a barrel.
You kind of need this demand or this yield demand to be lower. Currently up at 3.908. Last auction was 3.45, I believe. And since demand is like ramped since then. And as soon as this auction is done, I'm going to take a quick break. I got to go potty. We also have money supply coming in at 1. And then we've got Fed diarrhea at 6 p.m. Tomorrow we get a 30-year note auction, or a 30-year mortgage rate, excuse me. We get current account at 8:30, export prices month over month, import prices month over month. There's a ding there. on this all this war bullshit.
Sell its own chips for the first time in a bid for AI revenue.
Thursday, probably the biggest news, 8:30 a.m. We get initial jobless claims, continuing claims, still not big news. We got a bunch of other shit, though, that day, minor stuff that all equals vol. We have a bunch of speakers, too. On Thursday, after the close, we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 diarrhea speeches, all fed. And then Friday, we get Michigan consumer sentiment at 10 a.m. The big, like, econ data shit doesn't get started until after end of quarter. We get jolts on the 31st at 10 a.m. That should be the trigger. And then thereafter, we get big stuff, retail sales, ISM manufacturing, all beer shit, beer diarrhea all next, the first week of April. So not enough escape velocity, coming in all that bad data, coupled with negative flows for new quarter. The Bears got some sauce. Look at that big orange bar that just produced above there. They're prepared for a squeeze here, so watch out. I mean, dude, I don't think we can. I'd be fucking shocked if we saw our yield of above 4%. I would be fucking shocked. You're talking about a demand we haven't seen like this since
1 minute ago now.
August of 2025. This should show the fear. I'm going to get rid of this bar just so you can see the price action. Here's the basis trade down here for the bulls. They got to hold the 50s. 55 is preferable.
10 seconds.
A good gauge of people behind the scenes. The smartest part of the market, theoretically, is the bond boys. I know that hasn't been true lately, but these guys will tell you if
3.918%.
risk is leaving the markets or if it's just getting started. I didn't hear that number. I don't see it here, so. Still waiting for it. Oh. The yield's still currently climbing in real time. Now trading 3.912.
Just waiting on the rest of the 2-unit auction data now.
That's a big fucking ask to be up there at 392 or 3912. Is it really that bad? I guess it's getting kind of bad in the background, but is it that bad yet? I'm gonna find out.
3.936%, 3.936%.
Jesus.
The US selling $69 billion of
That's high as fuck.
and awarding 20.78%.
They don't want to hear none of that shit.
Bid cover 2.44. Primary dealers take 24.12% of bids.
God damn.
Direct 16.
That's no help if you're a bull.
And indirect 59.3%. So it's a tail of 1.8 base points.
That is no help for you if you're a bull.
Yield on 2-year US
Bond boys telling you danger. Bond boys have none of that shit. They're gonna get it when they get it good. Give me that yield, boy. Yield squeezing right now, 3.936. They ain't buying that shit. They ain't buying that pump news just yet. They're like, junk is junk, bro.
Google Quantum AI is to include neutral atom quantum.
I haven't looked at a 200-day average in fucking years. I don't bother with that thing. Haven't bothered with it in years.
The Wall Street Journal here, the US is to order 3,000 8-second airborne soldiers to the Middle East.
Oof. They're not nice. The Bond boys shitting on the Bulls right now. Telling you you're not out of the woods yet. Woo! The Bears. You gotta worry. You gotta worry. It's gonna get uglier. The all world economy is in shambles right now. You're not seeing it, but you're gonna see it soon.
So the US plans to deploy a brigade combat team to support.
It's a high fucking. I'll tell you what. The moment the fucking war is done, dude, that fucking yield is gonna go to fucking zero. Maybe not zero, but you know, it's gonna fucking moon the market. God. The fucking bears, fucking bond bears are like, no, we ain't buying that Trump fucking noise. Trump tell you whatever he wants. That's not good. Look at that.
2 to 4 units are expected in the coming hours, according to Wall Street Journal. Just keeping on the S&P 500, seeing some movement.
Yeah, be very careful here. This is not good. You wanted to see like 3, 4, 5, 3, 2. Maybe the bond market knew something we didn't know. Bond market's like, fuck you. Fuck you and your junk shit. God damn. Got bears out here attacking right now. I told you. Don't be listening to that war gonna end soon shit. It's so sad. Look at it. It's okay. It won't last for long. It's not all day long. We'll see if these bulls will step back in and try to buy this bad boy up over here. The bond boys are telling you doom. We love Trump, but we don't believe any of the horse shit he's saying right now.
The decision to put boots on the ground in Iran has not been made yet.
See if we can grab a dip down in here. Sometimes there's carryover on this stuff, boys, but we'll watch it closely. That's a pretty fucking high yield. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty fucking high. When's the next 2 year? Will boots in the ground be bullish? I don't know. You know what it needs is like, I think most, I think like, if you look at like, no matter what we do for warfare or whatever, the U.S., we're dealing with the U.S. here. The U.S. loves, like, the stock market fucking they love volatility, but the stock market itself doesn't like volatility. So The stock market just wants to know what the plan is. Let me make it simple for you. Stock market always wants to know what the plan is and what's the worst case scenario for the plan. And they also want to know that you stick to your plan, and that generally your plan is sound. The more like erratic it sounds, or you don't know, or you're not giving information, or things can change, or you have a history maybe of telling people, hey, this is our plan.
5-year yields rising now 10 base points.
And it doesn't sound right. And then all of a sudden that plan turns into something else.
We have put out the article on the feed for you to read through. The U.S. is to order 3,008.
They don't like that shit.
In the middle.
The bond market doesn't like that shit. The stank market doesn't like that shit. They kind of like to price in the expected. When things are unexpected, or you have a tendency to do unexpected things, until you we know you're done, or the market knows you're done. This is the worst that can happen. And right now, it's not like that. Right now, it's like there's a lot of bullshit right now. And there isn't a cohesive psyop going on. Even like Iraq war, you had defined what we're doing, You're like pricing it in. Hey, we're going to send all these troops. We're going to give this guy a week. And we sent everything we needed to do there to win this thing quickly and decisively. And only some really far tail is possible. They'll price that damage then, and it does. And then we move on from there. And we're like, the process right now for this war is turning into similar. If you had something similar, would be COVID or tariffs, where from day in to day out, you're being fed bullshit. There's no good progress that everybody can agree is happening. Like something that you can track and say, okay, we're going to price this in, then we should expect these things to happen. And those expectations are met. And when you don't get that from like the current regime, or any regime for that matter, it doesn't matter what the regime is. This is what you wind up with, is this. This is why we're here doing this.
SMB's chairman Schlegel says SMB's readiness to intervene on FX market is elevated.
Getting some alerts here on Qualcomm, UPST, RR. Qualcomm, UPST, excuse me, and Qualcomm. If you want to look at those tickers for inflection points. Fucking yield is cranking right now. And bond market not happy. Bond market saying uncertainty. Not a happy bond market right now.
Some further movement towards the downside in the S&P 500, further movement towards the upside on the Dixie. Again, off of the back of the Wall Street Journal piece that the US is to order 3,008 second airborne soldiers to the Middle East. And oil now extending gains to hit fresh intraday highs. Again, off the back of this Wall Street Journal.
All right, we'll just take a quick potty break here. Get up, get the blood flowing, that kind of stuff. Be right back with you guys. Don't buy this. Don't buy that. You just let this thing do its thing, and if it starts to turn around, we'll start talking about buying a dip. Don't fuck with that just now. Not yet. They're going to try to suck us in the close here, so don't do a goddamn thing. If you're like trying to buy this dip here, don't fuck with it. Not yet. You know the rule. You got the prior high right here. You got this one, major one right here. Just show this to you. You need to be right about there to even consider buying that dip. Don't fuck with it. This is the one you need to break. Like literally need to break above this one to even consider a long. And do not get sucked in here. It'll suck you down all the way into the close. Don't be the bag holder in here. No Marines. You don't want to be a fucking Marine. Save that shit for the fucking heroes out there that want glory for one moment.
Emerging FX pairs gain as oil hits fresh high for the session. So again, emerging currencies pair gains as oil hits fresh high for the session.
God damn. So that I was thinking maybe that the bond market, maybe they know something we don't know. Sometimes they know more than we do. They're telling you no. Still uncertainty. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go potty really bad.
According to Axios reporters, they say that a U.S. official told them the command element of 82nd Airborne Division has been directed by the Pentagon to deploy to the Middle East together with an infantry brigade consisting of several thousand troops.
An infantry brigade. Tell them about the fucking other ones. Tell them about the fucking what it.
Significant troops reinforcement in the region.
Tell them about the other soldiers. They gotta feed, house, and supply, and drive around, and drop off, and fuel, and everything else that you gotta. If you're gonna bring those boys, you gotta bring everybody. Tell them all about it. Remember this mark right here? This is where those last known buyers are. This big wick right here. Just be watching this one right here. They're not telling you everything here. Just this one right here. Want to see if these people are still here or not. See if we can get back up and try to go higher. Yeah, bro, we're sending like a bunch of 82nd Airborne and nobody else. Yeah, okay. How do we get the Pizza Hut there and the Taco Bell? That's all you're sending. I gotta go potty. Hold on here. Tell me 82nd Airborne's jumping in there with no support? Get the fuck out of here.
Australian dollar falls 1% against the US dollar. Meta says they're partnering with ARM to develop a new class of CPUs to support data centers and large-scale AI deployments.
I mean, you figure you need I'm trying to count the number of troops they're saying they're sending right now. Like, you probably figure it's guy, and what they're not telling you, it's probably. You gotta think of this. You figure it's probably somewhere around the neighborhood that they're admitting to 5,000 to 10,000, somewhere in there. Somewhere in there. That could be anywhere from yeah, it's 50,000 to 100,000 troops minimum, and that's what they're telling you. That's what they're admitting publicly. So you figure minimum force is 50 to 100,000, which is probably bigger than that. It's probably 150,000 troops at this point that's publicly acknowledged. Like you could infer. You can infer there's somewhere between, I want to say 50 to 100,000 the low end, but it's probably higher with all of the naval personnel there, and then it's got to be higher. It's got to be somewhere in the hundreds of thousands. If I had to guess.
Give a bit of color then from what we've heard from yesterday. You had the New York Times yesterday said the Pentagon officials weighed deployment of air troops to Iran. Then today you had a reporter from Fox, so the US 82nd Airborne Division commander ordered to deploy to the Middle East. And the latest one from the Wall Street Journal saying the US is to order 3,000 82nd Airborne soldiers to the Middle East.
Yeah, that's a brigade. But then they also said infantry too, right? I heard that too earlier. Yeah, then you have what is that? Is that a brigade or a battalion command? Oh, it's an infantry brigade. Fuck. That's fucking monster. They're going to take that fucking country is what they're going to do.
SME's chairman Schlegel says conflict in the Middle East can increase depreciation pressure on the franc.
They're going to send the fucking kitchen sink at him. Full benefits for National Guard soldiers. Well, they're making people sign for 20 fucking years now, too. The Marines will go in first and secure the runway so the 82nd can land. Don't even have to jump, and the Marines will never shut up about it.
Says up at the bottom of the hour, Trump is to participate in the swearing-in ceremony for Mullins. The video is on the feed.
This other guy says, you also know one won't let the other deploy without them. That's a fucking fact, too. The Marines are like if the Airborne Corps is deploying, we're deploying, and the Army's like if the Marines are deploying, we're throwing in some light infantry in there, and before you know, you've got 50,000 fucking tip of the spear in the ground. Yeah, don't forget the Rangers. They're gonna have to secure the airfield. You have the Marines take it, the Rangers secure it, and the 82nd Airborne get flown in. Before you know it, we got Taco Bells and Pizza Huts everywhere. God, fuck. Then you think about like the light infantry. You're gonna have like fucking first air cab's gonna want a piece of it. Those fucking guys never shut up. Oh God. I'm so glad I'm not young and dumb anymore. Like the whole argument, like they're not going to want to do this. Like this is what they fucking joined for, to do this. It'll be a fucking fight. Who's the first guy on the first fucking boot in the ground? Holy Christ. Yeah, we got this other guy says the U.S. Navy had their first sub kill in a warship. Now the 82nd might get a combat jump. They'll never live that shit down. Like, or not even live that down. They'll just be fucking get a jump in. And suck your own self off for the next fucking 20 years. Never pay for a beer again in a V.
Articles on the feed from the Financial Times. So further detail into this, then investors are rushing out of US debt as war in Iran.
They're gonna put a fucking boot up Iran's ass, man.
Sending the nation's borrowing costs surging by the most this month in a year and a half. The 2-year Treasury yield, which is particularly,
they are gonna put a fucking boot up in Iran's ass.
Half a percentage point so far this month to 3.
It ain't gonna be pretty.
Well, the 10-year yield, key benchmark for borrowing costs worldwide, has jumped 0.44 percentage points to 4.38%.
There's no fucking way it's gonna be pretty.
Increases are the biggest since October 2024.
And you got like Hegseth is like,
SME's chairman Schlegel says,
we got him, let's use him.
To abroad,
I think that's his basic gist, right?
And dampens the attractiveness of the franc.
I read something here saying National Guard's getting full benefits. As long, like I think recently, like everyone I know that's in the like all prior service, like rejoined, like everyone I know that's in the reserves and guard, like you used to be able to sign up for like 6 and 2. Now they're telling kids they can join the guard for like 20 years and never be deployed. They're so fucked. You're more fucked if you join the guard and reserves today than you are if you join the regular army. It's a no-go. You just join the regular army for the lowest commitment possible. And then if they haven't fucked you more than 3 times, you can re-sign up. But they're signing guys up and gals up for 20 fucking years or close to it. That's insane. I don't even know if people talk about what they did to fucking guard and reserve in Iraq and Afghanistan. More in time in country than anyone, or not anyone, but most regular army. Like stop loss in the reserves and guards is fucked up. They just spit you out and grind you out. you're gonna get full benefits anyways. It ain't gonna fucking matter if they're offering. Yeah, that's actually pretty fucking scary that they're offering guard full bennies. That's not a good sign. Telling you that you're gonna get them whether you want them or not. It's a benefit, bro. It's a benefit because you're going to war no matter what, one way or another. We're gonna use you until we wear you all out, until the fights, the piss and vinegar is fought right out of you. That's kind of scary for me. I don't know. I need to start turning 60 here sooner than a decade or two from now, decade and a half from now. Need to get the fuck on up. You know, you start using everybody up. You know what they do, right? Sergeant,
here.
she's over here. She was in the army too.
Moval. A true movement.
When that shit gets bigger, and you're all prior service and you're retired, they'll send your ass to a training environment.
Familiar with the matter.
You'd be sitting in a fucking training environment suffering with people that don't want to be there. Like a mix of volunteers, and I only volunteered so I wasn't drafted. And you're gonna have some prick like me you'll be talking to. If you're 18 years old out there, you might meet me one day. Some fucking ordinary asshole like myself. And I will make you pay. I am that old fuck that used to run a fucking. I ran at my peak. I was running like a sub. I was running a 1050, 2 mile for all you young kids out there today. 1052 mile. I was fucking moving. I was in Group A. I don't even know if there's a Group A anymore. I see like other guys are like, dude, I run a good 15, 16. I'm fucking front of the pack, lead the way. I'm like, what? Fuck you running in? You got like fucking 3-person polypros on, couple fucking jelly bellies, and some pogey bait in there. What are you doing? You gotta get big. You gotta bulk up so you can carry all those fucking plates and that codpiece, the fucking neck collar you got going on there. That's a real number. I was running like a sub 11 minute. It was pretty fucking crazy. I'm all fucked up now because of it, but I was like 165 pounds, 6'1". A little bit over 6'1". I'm like 6'1.5" or something stupid, but I was skinnier than a fucking rail. And then, of course, they start feeding you those fucking MREs and fatten your ass up. Oh my God, I'm thinking about some really crazy shit right now. I was thinking about like guys that were roiding in Iraq. They were like soldiers would take steroids and shit in Iraq, and they'd be all jacked the fuck out by the time they were leaving. And you'd see like guys that were like, you'd be like, dude, you don't look natural, bro. You're not natty, bro. None of you guys are natty. Like, hold on a second here. All right, so I got a guy here from AT&T. He's showing up right now. We're gonna do a quick what to expect here. Now, let's take a look at the market. I might lose the show here for a minute, okay? So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna give you an expectation from here on out. Now, I gotta preface this. It's early to be giving an outlook, even a midday outlook. This is a good start to a midday outlook. If you guys don't know about outlooks, you want to be checking right around now, like 1:30 to 2:30, and then you want to check at 6 and 9 p.m. So we can do this right now, but there's a lot of if this then that that you're looking for as time progresses on outlooks. Remember that the outlooks are on an hourly basis. Let me give you this just in case I lose you guys here. Hey, I need a minute, okay? I just need 1 minute before I do this. I gotta do this for these guys. Excuse me.
Still waiting for Trump to participate in.
We're gonna do this really fast, okay?
The video is on the feed for you to watch. It's also, if there's too many things that start to come through. It's on the left-hand side of the economic calendar.
I'm gonna make this really fast for you guys.
Swearing in DHS secretary.
Like, watch how slow this fucking guy moves. He's gonna shut his fucking mouth, and we don't have to listen to him fucking talk all day long. And over here. This is your breakout up here. It's also your no-go line. The big D. Can't start timeout breakouts unless we're above 68.5804. These fuckers are still coming in here. You see them? They're coming lower now. I'm going to go to the 1 hour really quick. Hey, I need a minute. Hey. Sorry to yell. Hold on here, guys. They're like far away from me. All right, I might lose the stream. I hope I don't here. I'm sure the seller, there's a couple things here. That fucking that 2-year did not help here into the close. It is now 1:33 in the afternoon. We're forming the new 4-hour candle. You can see this one right here. This is the new 4-hour candle. And this candle looks, you see the wick above right here? Wants to sweep us lower. I need a minute, please, if possible. I just need 1 minute before you turn the internet off. I just need a minute, okay? I just need 1 minute. I'm at work. I'll get fired. These guys will fucking put me on the...
Chairman Schlegel says policy interest rate is the main tool, but there are
look at this one right here.
Interventions are more suitable.
Put me on the soup kitchen. Now, I want you to remember this one right here. This is important. Into 2:30, this is going to be important. They're going to try to lock us in down here. This sucks. This is not good. I don't like this. I don't like that 2-year auction at all. That's the halfback trade right there. They're going to try to sweep us down here at least. I'm really scared of this in here for tomorrow. I don't like this at all right now. We're being rejected here in this 2-year. They're telling you, the bond market's telling you to be fearful. This is 1600 down here. I'm really afraid of that right there. I'm really afraid of this rejection on this 6600. Where is the... I want to show you guys this really quick. You see how you got to watch this closely from this point forward, okay? And I want you to show you why. See this down here? We're not underneath it at the moment, but if we start coming down here and doing this stuff, we're going to sweep these lows down here. At 6,500. We're not there at the moment. But I want you to see it here, okay? And what they'll end up doing is sweeping these lows down here. It's not good. This is the outlook right now, okay? I'll preface this with saying something.
Schlegel as a negative rates.
If you want the contra trade to this, I'm going to put this on a 1 minute really quick. If you want the contra trade to this to go up here and fuck around up here again and try to break out in a way, I want you to remember. This high right here, just this one right here at 656.94. So as we come into the end of the day today, I should be back on in like 15 minutes, but what I want you to do into this close here is if there's any hope for the bulls, right? They need to you want to see price action that like blasts up here. And we start working our way up into this close. If you see like hey, we're stalling and we're failing, we're getting new lows, and you can't take a long here. This is like yesterday. You need to see the squeeze above and then some positive catalysts to take the long into the close for tomorrow. You cannot just get long here. Yesterday they tried doing that and they got sucked down into this close. So be extremely careful in here. Extremely careful in here. They're trying to like pin you in and down into the close in here. You would see this new low either at the bell or just after it. So what they would do is just like pin you in, and then of course bulls would stop buying, and then we're down here. Before you know it, it's underneath, and then before you know it, it's down into Wednesday, Thursday. This is a key moment in the market here for a Tuesday. This is where you start getting your like sideways Wednesday, then print late Wednesday, print Thursday. And it gets really fucking ugly and messy on Friday. So just keep your eyes on this. You want to snap this, you can. This auction was horrible. And they're telling you that the bond market at least is telling you they want paid more for risk assets. Risk bonds like 2 years where they're not going to get paid if things go sideways. So top line at least. So just be careful of this roll to the downside. There's a pinning action. Same shit setup as yesterday, no difference. If you're going to get long here to break out above this, you literally need to see that that high taken out. You have to get long. You have to like be escaping this close right here. I'm going to turn the internet off right now. And I'll be back with you guys in just a minute. I have bad internet right now. And I don't know if it was some construction I was doing or if it just got just moved. So when I dropped the stream, we were able to trace it out yesterday that it was, it's not me. It's not what I'm doing. It's what they're doing. There's like a piece of glass that is getting moved. And I'll be right back with you guys in just a minute, I hope. I'll be right back.